Good afternoon. It is about 1:15. We're back in session as the County Council with two proclamations expressing our appreciation. The first one recognizing Public Safety Appreciation Day by the Public Safety Committee, Councilmember Katz, Lukey, and Mink. I will call them up and call up our guests from the public safety community who are here. And I see Dr. Stoddard on behalf of the county executive and executive branch. I see Chief Jones. I see our fire rescue service, Eric Bernard. I see our acting fire chief.
Yeah, I was going to say, those of you who
Sheriff
Ed Sullivan, he's looking in the crowd. And please, don't be bashful. I know you're not bashful. Are we good? Are we ready? Well, thank you all very, very much. When I say somebody has my back, I literally mean somebody has my back. As chair of the Public Safety Committee, it's my pleasure to present the proclamation in honor of the Public Safety Appreciation Day, along with my colleagues on the Public Safety Committee. Your selfless sacrifice means so much to the residents and the visitors of Montgomery County as you put your lives at risk to keep us safe and secure every day. You are the unsung heroes that are always there for us when we need you and often do not receive. In fact, I would say you never receive enough thanks or credit that you rightfully deserve. Also, I want to thank your families who give so much so their loved ones can keep our communities safe. The Council wants to and will continue providing as much support as we possibly can for you to have the tools and the resources to succeed. The drone is a first responder program, provides air support to the 911 or the police-generated calls in a safe, responsible, and transparent manner. We had this discussion just after yesterday, and we're hoping to continue to expand this program to other areas of the county based on its proven success. Lastly, I want to acknowledge those heroes who lost their lives or suffered immeasurably harm running towards danger to protect others. We thank all of you for today, for your extraordinary service. You represent the very best of who we are as a county. And I'm going to ask the people behind me to please introduce themselves. And then from the Public Safety Committee in alphabetical order. How about this? In alphabetical. Councilmember Lukey and Councilmember Mink. It wasn't that much of an alphabet problem. And then we're going to have Dr. Stoddard speak as well. But if you all could each introduce yourselves.
Mark Yamada, Assistant Chief of Montgomery County Police Field Services Bureau.
Good afternoon. Victor Brito, Chief of Police, City of Rockville.
Mark Soroka, Chief of Police, City of Gaithersburg.
Good afternoon. Daryl McSwain, Chief of Police, Park Police here in Montgomery County.
Afternoon. John Desky, Chief of Police, Chevy Chase Village.
Gary Cooper, Interim Fire Chief.
Marcus Jones, Chief of Police, Montgomery County Police.
Earl Stoddard, Assistant Chief Administrative Officer for Public Safety.
Ben Stevenson, Director, Department of Correction and Rehabilitation.
Maxwell Wee, Sheriff, Montgomery County Sheriff's Office.
Good afternoon. Captain Juan Portillo, Sheriff's Office.
Good afternoon. James Carpenter, Assistant Chief, Montgomery County Fire and Rescue.
Good afternoon. Eric Bernard, Executive Director, Montgomery County Volunteer Fire Rescue Association.
Kelly Mullendorf, Battalion Chief, Montgomery County Fire Rescue.
Nicole Markuski, Deputy Director, Montgomery County Office of Emergency Management and Homeland Security.
D. Howard Richards, Montgomery County Fire Rescue Division Chief.
Good afternoon. Luke Hodgson with the Office of Emergency Management and Homeland Security.
Good afternoon. Michael Kelly, Division Chief, Volunteer Services, Montgomery County Fire Rescue.
Christine Smarjassi, Sergeant, Montgomery County Sheriff's Office.
Lieutenant Maria Brown, Montgomery County Fire Rescue.
Franz Panther, Assistant Chief, Montgomery County Fire and Rescue.
Afternoon, Anthony Scott, Battalion Chief, Montgomery County Fire Rescue.
Ed Radcliffe, Fire Rescue.
Good afternoon, Captain Mike Brickles, Montgomery County Sheriff's Office.
And could we invite the people from the Crisis Center to please join us? You are certainly a great part of what we do here in Montgomery County. Yeah, please.
Rolando Santiago, Chief, Behavioral Health and Crisis Services, DHHS.
Dornay Hill, Senior Administrator, Crisis Intake and Trauma Services, HHS.
Beth Spachnik, Manager of the Crisis Center, DHHS.
Alex Taylor, Program Manager, Street Outreach Network.
Toriano Cross, Street Outreach Network.
Alex Arevalo, Street Outreach Network.
Councilmember Lukey, I believe you're next. Yep, here we go.
Thank you. Well, as you can see, there are many, many professionals who work with many different areas of expertise all across our public safety landscape. And it is an honor and a privilege to say thank you to all of you today. This is a group of people who, in order to do their jobs, they have to provide the same service on call 1 as they do on call 12 after encountering highly stressful situations, highly emotional situations, and they deliver day in and day out. And that's everyone from our mobile crisis folks to our call takers at our emergency call center, and everyone out in the field. It's work that didn't stop during the pandemic and couldn't stop during the pandemic and could not be done from home and can never be done from home. And they get up and they go out and they do this every single day for the betterment of all of us. And the number of people you see up here representing different disciplines, different departments, different divisions is reflective of something that's even broader within the public safety community, and I know, as Director Hodgson knows, within the Office of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, which is to say everyone has to come, show up, and work together and bring their voice with their different lens to help bear on the best safety outcomes for all. And they do that, and they engage in a high level of strategic planning to anticipate different situations that may occur in the community, and they assess and they reassess. And nothing is ever static or stagnant. No plan gathers dust on the shelf. Everything is constantly in motion and in flux, and it must be. So I want to thank you all for the tireless work you provide on behalf of our community every day. And it is something that I am never losing sight of in my own work. How important you all are and how we can work collectively to keep things moving forward. So thank you for all you do.
Good afternoon. I'm Kristen Ming, County Council Member for District 5, and I'm proud to be part of the Public Safety Committee and part of the team that gets to honor these folks here today. I'm very proud to look around and see the teamwork that this county prioritizes when it comes to public safety responses. As my colleagues have mentioned, all of these elements are integral to making sure we provide the best services that we can to the community, and we are continuing to continuously evolve, gather as much data as we can about what would be the best fit, what's most appropriate, and then trying to fund those things. Which is always a difficult proposition, but we are angled in the right direction here in Montgomery County, and I know that we have the support of the community in that, and I know that we have support of all of the team members behind me in that, and so that gives me a lot of hope and a lot of pride in our county. So thank you to everyone who's here with us today for the work that you do, and for your teamwork with each other, with the council, and with the community, and look forward to continued work in that direction. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. Earl Stott on behalf of the county executive, who sends his regrets. He's actually in Korea on a trade mission and was unable to join today. But he, and frankly I, want to echo that this is a really important day. Our public safety responders are amongst the best among us. They go out there and risk their lives to help others every day, and we should recognize them more than just on days like this, but frankly year-round. And so while we often take a lot of time to recognize our sworn and uniformed folks, whether they're volunteer or career firefighters, our county or municipal law enforcement agencies, park police or sheriff's office or Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, I want to echo the words that we also need to recognize those people who support that network, whether it's the Street Outreach Network, our HHS crisis responders, our Vision Zero planners and responders, the Family Justice Center. There are a lot of people who apply efforts to try and prevent or address the underlying causes of crime, violence, or trauma that do the work that don't often get heralded in the same way. So it's important that we recognize them and those who risk their lives as well. Again, not just on days like this, but year-round. Last year, I went on a ride along in Wheaton, and we were coming out of dinner with a couple of officers, and a person walked up, and he just said, "Thank you." And as he walks away, the officer said to me, "We don't hear that very often." And so I have two recommendations to you if you want to help celebrate National Public Safety Awareness Day. Number one, say thank you to a uniform or non-uniform responder, whether it's today or go to a coffee with a cop or visit a local fire station. Number two, do something that's going to make their job easier. And what I mean by that is close before you doze, check your smoke alarms. If you see something, say something. If you see someone who's struggling and is in crisis and you think they may harm themselves or others, we all bear a responsibility for public safety. It's much better to prevent an issue from happening than expecting them to risk their lives running into a burning building or into an active situation and trying to rescue a person and putting their life at risk. And so if you really want to appreciate our first responders and our public safety professionals, do the work in advance, help us, help the system, and we can all be better for it. Thank you.
All right, we'll proceed with our proclamation. Whereas we are proud to honor our more than 4,000 dedicated public safety personnel, including our law enforcement, fire and rescue, and public safety telecommunicators in Montgomery County, and celebrate each and every one of them today. And
whereas in an emergency, our officers, firefighters, first responders, mobile crisis outreach teams, the Street Outreach Network, and our 911 telecommunicators are integral to the safety of our residents, and prompt response is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And
whereas Montgomery County is the proud home of dedicated public safety personnel who put their lives on the line to keep our residents safe, and we appreciate the extraordinary efforts and sacrifices made 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to protect our community. And
whereas public safety is the heart and soul of our community, and we owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to those who serve to protect our residents and their families. And
whereas Public Safety Appreciation Day is an opportunity to bring our hardworking public safety employees together to thank them for their selflessness and dedication in improving the safety and well-being of our public.
now therefore it be resolved, the County Executive Mark Elridge, Public Safety Committee Chair Sidney Katz, and members Dawn Lukey and Kristen Mink, and the entire County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland, hereby recognize Public Safety Appreciation Day, presented today, and it's signed by the County Executive, by myself, by Councilmember Lukey and Mink, and the President of the County Council, Andrew Friedson. Congratulations and thank you all.
Thank you to the Public Safety Committee. Thank you to our entire public safety community. We appreciate you today and every day. And I'll just note, many of us will be at the law enforcement candlelight vigil later, a reminder of the sacrifice that so many in our law enforcement community make, the sacrifices that their family make, and the reason why expressing our appreciation is so important. Now we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, appreciating our educators for Education Week. So I'm going to call up our chair of the Education and Culture Committee, along with colleagues on the Education and Culture Committee who are here to present, and welcome up all those who are here to participate.
Yeah, if you're here for the educator appreciation, come on down. We can't be, we got to show our force too here. I know we have several board members here. We have several educators from our various stages of life. We have Montgomery College representatives here. And I expect a room of educators. You can organize yourselves back here correctly here. Yeah, let's rows behind us there. Keep coming. We got Mr. Bostic. You're going to be in the back, I can already tell. Come, let's rotate. You got a couple rows behind here. There we go. Keep coming in. Keep coming in. All right. Good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. I'm Councilmember Will Jawando. I'm the chair of the Education and Culture Committee. I'm joined by my two committee members, Councilmembers Albernaz and Mink, along with, I think we have Board Member Julie Yang, Vice President Lynn Harris, Board Member Brenda Wolf. We have a lot of, Chief Jones is up here as well. I'm going to do exactly what was just done, and so I'm going to have folks introduce themselves since we did that before, because we have a ton of people here. Before I do that, I just want to say, you often hear the phrase, "it takes a village." And I think the previous proclamation underscored that as well. All of these educators from really birth to college and career are represented here today. And the work they do to make sure our children have what they need to succeed and thrive, which is what all of us want and need in our community. We have some really special, everyone's special, but we have I think the Teacher of the Year. Did I see Melissa? Where's Melissa? Melissa, hey, Melissa. Melissa Porter Parks, who you'll hear from she's going to be our speaker at the end here. You didn't know that, but you are. And, we just honored all of our Educators of the Year just last week. And all of them were amazing. We're also joined by our Service Employee of the Year. I thought I saw Bruno. Bruno, good to see you. Who is the 2024 MCPS Student Support Service Employee of the Year. Chief Jones was also recognized as the Community Champion of the Year. So thank you, Chief. Professor Knopp, are you here? Kopp? Knopp. Yes, that is you. And you chair the nursing program, and so we're thankful for that at Montgomery College. Let's give her a round of applause. There's a lot of things happening this month. So School Lunch Hero Day is the first Friday in May, and we're joined here by Derek Prather, Fanta Hu, and Brandy Burkhart. Just raise your hands. Where are you? They are our food service folks, serving more than 90,000 meals a day, as we often remind people, more than Disney World. Just people to remember that. And April is also Community College Month. And Dr. Williams couldn't be here, but Susan Madden, you should be up here, Susan. But we have Professor Rebecca Portis, who is a Fulbright Hayes Award recipient among us from the college. Where are you? So we have a lot of important people here, and just underscoring the importance of education. I just want to say two things, and then I'll pass it around for everyone else to introduce themselves, and then we'll hear from my colleagues, and then we will read the proclamation and hear from Melissa, so you got some time. I'm going to give you a couple minutes. One of Melissa's students, they all had videos, but she is an English language teacher at Gaithersburg High School, which has a very large, the Trojans, that's right, a big population. And one of her students, not only does she help them with their daily needs, help them learn English, help them excel, she on the weekends takes furniture to their houses and spends her time outside off the clock to do that. And she's not alone in doing that type of work. But I just wanted to, extraordinary. One of your colleagues who was also honored, didn't win the award, but was a kindergarten teacher. The young students that were in the video said, "She makes my brain bigger." Just a reminder of our youngest and our secondary students, just the impact you're having. So I'm going to start over here, and then we're just going to, if you can introduce yourself real quickly, and then we will move on.
Marcus Jones, Chief of Police.
Rebecca Portis, professor at Montgomery College.
Cinder Cooper Barnes, professor at Montgomery College.
Nikki Woodward, a teacher at Montgomery County, MCEA Vice President.
Jennifer Martin, English teacher in MCPS and Union President, MCEA.
Hello, Ryan Forkert, former principal and current vice president of McCap.
Carlene Butt Pruitt, support staff in MCPS and executive vice president of SEIU Local 500.
Travis Simon, the executive director for SEIU Local 500. We're the support staff union and the union for the adjunct faculty at Montgomery College.
Sally Murick, paraeducator program manager at MCPS and one of the vice presidents on SEIU Local 500.
Bruno Smith, building service manager at Mill Creek Town Elementary, also a proud member of the SEIU 500.
Antonio Castillo, professor at Montgomery College.
I'm Brenda Knopp. I'm chair of the nursing program at Montgomery College and co-chair of the faculty council.
I'm Deidre Price. I'm senior vice president for academic affairs and college provost at Montgomery College.
I'm Ala Webb, Montgomery College professor and chair of the science, engineering, and technology.
Good afternoon, everyone. Michelle Ezefor Andrews, Director of System-Wide Safety and Emergency Management for MCPS.
Hello, I'm Fancy Hu from the NPS. I'm sorry. CPF, Montgomery Public School. Thank you.
Brandy Burkhart, I'm a field manager with the Food and Nutrition Services.
Derek Prather, Montgomery County Public Schools Food and Nutrition Services as Operations Assistant.
Dr. Bostic, former mathematics teacher, currently assistant principal at Northwood High School.
I'm Noor Pasha. I'm a licensed mental health therapist at Northwood High School Wellness Center.
Melissa Porter Parks, English Language Development Department Chair at Gaithersburg High School and MCPS Teacher of the Year.
Good afternoon, Margarita Borquez, Director of International Admissions and Enrollment and Administrator of the Year.
Good afternoon, Oscar Alvarenga. I'm the Newcomer Transition Coordinator for MCPS.
Hello, Ernestine Theophile Lafont, full professor in the Communication Studies discipline at Montgomery College and co-chair of the Faculty Council.
Good afternoon. I am Zadia Gadsden, a principal at Tacoma Park Elementary School and the Washington Post Principal of the Year.
Good afternoon, Julie Yang, former college and career advisor, right now Board of Education member.
Good afternoon, Lynn Harris, former medical science teacher at Thomas Edison High School of Technology and at-large member of the board.
Good afternoon, Brenda Wolfs, Montgomery County Board of Education, District 5.
And two of the, you just heard, we have so many amazing people. Let's say that again, principal of Tacoma Park Elementary School and Washington Post Principal of the Year. Let's give her another round of applause. And Margarita, who at a time was also acknowledged as Administrator of the Year, at a time when we have the most English language learners and emerging multilingual students, EML, that have come into the system at any time in our history. Your team is doing a great job, so we really appreciate your work. Now I'm going to turn to my colleagues in alphabetical order also, Councilmember Gabe Albanaz and then Councilmember Mink, and then we will hear from our Teacher of the Year, and then we will read the proclamation.
All right, well, good afternoon, good people. We are surrounded by some all-stars here this afternoon who have dedicated their professional lives to the most noblest of professions, nurturing and caring for our most precious commodity, our children. We know that their work has never been more difficult than right now. We know they have been all tested in ways that none of us could have possibly imagined, especially over the last 4 years. We thank them for their dedication and their commitment. And we acknowledge that there is no more important time than right now to do everything that we can and use all of our possible resources to support that precious commodity. I want to thank all of you for your dedication and commitment. Each of us have stories that we can share about educators in our lives. I'll share one briefly today, and that was in 9th grade, who one of my math teachers, Luis Garcia at Walt Whitman High School, noticed that although I was completely bilingual in Spanish, I rarely used it and actually stayed away from it because at the time I didn't want to be different. Mr. Garcia took time to nurture me and help make sure that I was not only proud of where I came from, but that I never forgot where I came from. And I remember him saying in class once, Mr. Albornoz, waiting to speak is not listening, sir. He taught me many valuable life lessons, and I will forever be indebted to him. Councilmember Mink.
I mean, we might need to put that on a little plaque at all of our desks back there. Well, as a former educator myself, but also a proud product of the MCPS school system, I also took classes at Montgomery College, and now proud and happy to be the parent of MCPS kids. This is a proclamation that means a lot to me. It is really a pleasure to sit on the Education and Culture Committee and get to talk about education and do deep dives into the work of our school system all throughout the year. Sometimes these conversations can feel very abstract. There's MCPS makes it into the news, might make it into national news, hopefully not, things happen, and it can separate us from the realities of what's happening on the ground in the schools. And that is what education is. That's what MCPS is, that's what MC is, that's what our universities at Shady Grove are. That is the work that we are really talking about when we talk about how important our schools are. It is the people who you see here that create a reality for and a potential for our children. And so I'm so glad that we have everyone here today to remind all of us that this is really at the heart and soul of what we're talking about when we talk about MCPS and we talk about our school system. And as somebody who was there personally, as a student but also as a teacher, I mean, I remember working with my colleagues to get glasses, pick up Groupons, remember what Groupons were? To try to be able to get glasses for kids when we weren't able to find another way to do that. Working to do laundry for kids. That was something that none of us blinked at. And it's not something that you're going to see in the news. And it's not something really that is part of a lot of kind of the everyday conversations. But these are the kinds of things that our educators, our paraeducators, all of our support services folks are doing on a daily basis as they interface with our kids and they work to take care of their needs at every level. So truly, this is the foundation of everything else that we do here in Montgomery County. They are producing our future, and we are so grateful to all of you. It is not easy, and you all have chosen this work. It is deeply impactful, and thank you, thank you, thank you, and we look forward to hearing from folks on the ground, but we also look forward to continuing these types of conversations throughout the year. Thank you.
So before I bring up our teacher of the year, I just want to give a quote from the Washington Post article about Principal Gadsden at Tacoma Park Elementary, who, when the kids were throwing chairs and acting out and biting, coming back from COVID, we know we've all seen this behavior, because kids were not socialized and all the trauma that they've gone through. She created an ambassador program to help other second graders help other kids. So instead of punishing and taking a negative approach, she turned that into a way of kids helping teachers. And just example of one of the many restorative and awesome approaches. And I just wanted to give you a shout out for that. And now we're going to hear from our teacher of the year, newly minted, Melissa Porter Parks.
Good afternoon. I did not know I was giving a speech, so I just want to say thank you so much for all of the things that have come with Teacher of the Year so far, and I work amongst about 25 other ELD teachers at Gaithersburg High School. We're the largest department in the school. We are the largest department in the county. We have 800 students currently. That is more than the very small high school I grew up in altogether. And all of my students come with different stories, different backgrounds. We're about to celebrate some of our students who, they joined MCPS from abroad during COVID. They're about to graduate. I have several students who came to us who had never been in a school before, who grew up in Guatemala, who have seen things that most of us can't imagine. So it's really a joy for me to work with them every day, but also I'm very excited to have this platform to speak for my students and for all of the educators so that we can get our kids what they need every day. So thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. I knew you were up to the task. We're going to read the proclamation with my colleagues. Whereas educators and education support staff are dedicated to helping students achieve success in and out of the classroom from pre-K to career, and Montgomery County has dedicated educational professionals working in our public and our private schools, and
whereas access to healthy meals helps students focus on learning, and May 3rd in School Lunch Hero Day to celebrate the many staff who serve school meals to students throughout the year, and
whereas access to strong student support services includes physical and mental health. May 8th is National School Nurse Day, and we recognize the role of school nurses, counselors, and psychologists in helping foster the overall well-being of our students. And
whereas Teacher Appreciation Week, which in 2024 is celebrated May 6th through the 10th, is an opportunity to show our deep appreciation for teachers and paraeducators who help mold and guide students in positive directions and inspire them to be future leaders. And
whereas Principal Appreciation Day on May 1st celebrates our school administrators who take on a key leadership role within a school to help motivate teachers, students, and staff in a school with a school environment that fosters learning. And
whereas, as students advance in their education, strong community colleges play a critical role in workforce development, training, and higher education. Montgomery County is fortunate to be home to Montgomery College, the #1 community college in Maryland, and a top 10 community college in the United States.
now therefore be it resolved that the County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland hereby celebrates Education Appreciation Week, and be it further resolved that the County Council encourages all residents to take a moment and thank their local educators and support staff for their hard work and dedication. Presented on this day, the 7th of May, in the year 2024, signed by myself, Councilmember Mink, Councilmember Albanaz, and Councilmember Friedson on behalf of the entire council. Happy Educator Week.
Thank you to our educators for joining us and for everybody who supports our education system, and to our Education and Culture Committee for their recognition of our appreciation. We are going to move on to the public hearings on our agenda. The first public hearing is for Supplemental Appropriation 2475 to the FY24 operating budget, Montgomery County Government, Montgomery County Fire and Rescue Service, general personnel and operating costs in the amount of $16,311,002. The source of fund is undesignated fire fund reserve. Council action is scheduled for May 21st. Those wishing to submit material for the council's consideration should do so with the close of business on May 14th, 2024. We have no speakers scheduled for this hearing, so this public hearing is now closed. We're going to move on to item 16 on our agenda. This is a public hearing on Supplemental Appropriation 2476, the FY24 operating budget, Montgomery County Government, Department of Transportation, Transit Services, in the amount of $14,398,933. The source of funds is Mass Transit Fund undesignated reserves, including Restricted Transportation Services Improvement Fund. Council action is scheduled for immediately following this hearing. We have no speakers for this hearing, so this public hearing is now closed. I will entertain a motion to approve Supplemental Appropriation 2476.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Glass, seconded by Councilmember Sales. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. That is unanimous among those present, so that is 10-0. That is approved. And 11-0 or 10-0 with it reflected that Councilmember Mink was voting in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Wishes to be reflected as having voted in the affirmative. We're going to move on to item number 17. This is a public hearing on an amendment to the FY23 to 28 Capital Improvements Program and Supplemental Appropriation 2478 to the FY24 capital budget, Montgomery County Government, Accelerate MC Regional Infrastructure Accelerator, in the amount of $2 million. Source of funds is federal aid. Council action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. There are no speakers scheduled for this hearing, so this public hearing is now closed. I will entertain a motion for this amendment to the FY23 to 28 Capital Improvements Program and Supplemental Appropriation 2478.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Glass, seconded by Councilmember Lukey. All those in favor of this? That is unanimous, 11-0. We're going to move on to item number 18. This is a public hearing on an amendment to the FY23 to 28 Capital Improvements Program and Supplemental Appropriation 2479 to the FY24 capital budget, Montgomery County Government, Department of Transportation, Boyd's Transit Center, in the amount of $45,000. The source of funds is state aid. Council action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. There are no speakers for this hearing, so this public hearing is now closed. I'll entertain a motion to approve the amendment to the FY23 to 28 Capital Improvements Program and Supplemental Appropriation 2479.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Glass, seconded by Councilmember Lukey. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. That is unanimous, 11-0. We're going to move on to item number 19. 19 is a public hearing on Supplemental Appropriation 2484 to the FY24 operating budget, Montgomery County Public Schools, Education Support Professionals Bonus Grant, in the amount of $4,940,018. Source of funds is state aid. Council action is scheduled for immediately following this hearing. We did have one speaker scheduled for this hearing, but I don't believe that speaker is with us virtually. So we have no other speakers currently signed up to speak on this public hearing. So this public hearing is now officially closed. Is there a motion to approve Supplemental Appropriation 2484? That's moved by Councilmember Jawando, seconded by Councilmember Lukey. All those in favor indicate by raising your hand. That is unanimous, 11-0. We're going to move on to item number 20. This is a public hearing on Supplemental Appropriation 2481 to the FY24 capital budget, Montgomery County Public Schools, relocatable classrooms, I think also referred to as learning cottages, although that's not what the kids call it, in the amount of $5 million. The source of funds is current revenue general. Council action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. There are no speakers for this hearing, so this public hearing is now closed. I wanted to make sure that everybody was paying attention. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve Supplemental Appropriation 2481.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Jawando, seconded by Councilmember Lukey. All those in favor indicate by raising your hand. That is unanimous, 11-0. And so now we are through our public hearings and action related to our public hearings, and we're going to move on to a continuation of our review of FY25 budget and FY25 to 30 capital improvements program. Before we begin that, let me yield to Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you. I just didn't want to stop. You were on a roll there, but I just wanted to say that the last one that we approved before the learning cottages was a grant, a continuation of a grant that the Education and Culture Committee approved last week that will give our 10,249 education support professionals, SEIU members, a $482 raise, one-time bonus. So just wanted to thank them since they were just here and just acknowledge that we approved that last week. Thank you.
Thank you for noting that. I'm trying to catch up on time, so I appreciate you allowing the roll to continue. We are going to move on now, as noted, to the FY25 operating budget and FY25 to 30 CIP work sessions and review. If this morning a large chunk of it was GEO time, this is now HHS time. And so, Mr. Chair, Councilmember Albernaz, the afternoon, my friend, is yours. Let me yield to you for item number 21 and to walk us through the committee recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. President, and fasten your seatbelts, colleagues. No, I just wanted to say that, make sure everybody was still awake. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to present this budget to all of you today. I want to begin with some recognitions. There were over 20 hours cumulatively of work sessions that we had in discussing the HHS budget. I would especially want to thank Councilmember Sales and Lutke and your teams for working with our team. We were joined by a number of colleagues over the course of the various sessions that we had, and I don't want to miss anybody, but you know who you are. Thank you for your interest in our committee's work. And I think the headline here, and I'm very much preaching to the choir, is that the need persists. We have a very strong social safety net here in Montgomery County, but it continues to be vulnerable, and we are doing our best to hold that together and hold the line. But I just want to provide some important data points that underscore the need. With few exceptions, the federal money is now gone. That was largely committed to our Health and Human Services Committee. And yet, despite that, the 2021 point-in-time count showed that Montgomery County had 577 people experiencing homelessness, and the most recent count from 2023 had 894, an increase of 28%. We know that as of the end of March, there were 9,468 children participating in the Care for Kids Supplemental Insurance Program. This represented a 36% increase year over year. We also know that the calls to our crisis center have grown exponentially, and the number one issue that was labeled by constituents as their most important and most concerning public health issue was mental health. And in FY23, there were a total of almost 18,000 calls to the Every Minds Crisis Hotline, and we are now projecting, and this was as of February, we were already going to exceed that number. So we obviously, and I know all of you are feeling this through your respective offices and addressing the various constituent issues, that we have ongoing tremendous challenges. And we're fortunate to have a Department of Health and Human Services, as well as our Office of Food System Resilience, and all of our key partners in the nonprofit sector who are working day and night on behalf of residents. But I set that as context because understandably, and I very much appreciated the Council President's approach to this year's budget in acknowledging that if something is new in the operating budget that didn't appear in the previous year, it is considered new and enhanced. But in the case of HHS, that's very nuanced because a lot of the programs and services we are going to discuss this afternoon are not new. These are programs that were initiated or engaged either through state funding or federal funding and are continuing to serve an incredibly vulnerable population. And so I very much credit the executive branch and thank the county executive for his commitment to increasing the budgets of the respective departments and divisions that we will talk about this afternoon, recognizing that need. So with that as background, I wanted to thank Ms. Clemens-Johnson, Ms. Yao, Ms. McGuire, Ms. McMillan, who formed a phenomenal team in putting together the packets that we will be following this afternoon. Although we went over 20 hours, we will not be doing that this afternoon, I assure you. but we have condensed these packets in a way that I think makes a heck of a lot of sense. And so we will begin with our Office of Food System Resilience, and Ms. Clemens Johnson, I will turn it over to you to walk us through this first packet. And I also would be remiss if I didn't thank my team for their incredible dedication as we've gone through this process as well.
Thank you, Chair Albernoff and Council President Friedson and council members. We are starting this off with the Office of Food Systems Resilience FY25 recommended operating budget. The budget for this year is for next fiscal year is $14,313,256. The HHS committee met on April 15th and voted 3-0 to recommend approval of the CE's recommendation. In your packet, it highlights the discussion of the committees, and also the chart lays out, according to the council president's guidance, how things were collated in the list. So there are, most of the programs for the OFSR, as you can see by the large dollar amount, are new for the first time this year. There is a transfer of a staff position between departments. I'm going to touch on items A, B, and I in your packet. So for item A, includes the annualization of the Food Systems Resilience Strategy. This is a continuation of the special appropriation that the council approved in November, December of $11 million. $6.5 million of that funding was for the food staples program, and the other $4 million of those dollars were to support the newest initiatives of the Office of Food Systems Resilience. They are detailed in your packet and also in the committee packet. And so this annualizes those programs. I believe all of the programs started as of like March or February of this year, and all of the grant programs should be started by the time this fiscal year ends. So the OFSR was able to quickly work to get those programs up and running. So I wanted to highlight that. And then item number B is the new Community Food Assistance Competitive Grant Program. So as Councilmember Albernos noted, that during COVID-19, the county started the Food Staples Program. It has been funded in large support by federal dollars. In the last year, it was supported by federal dollars. The year before that, general funds. So it's been a mix of county funding and federal funding. But it has been the council's commitment to ensuring that that people don't go hungry and there's access to food for our vulnerable residents. So item B, the Community Food Assistance Grant Program, is a transition out of the food staples into a more permanent solution of a program. It is recommended at $3.5 million. This will transition the staples program to a new initiative, which is a grant program. Those organizations that were subcontracting with Manhattan Capital Area Food Bank will be able to apply for their own grants through this program, helped managed by the Office of Grants Management. The hope is that with this program that the smaller providers will also be able to write grants based on their needs, whether infrastructure, other supports that they need instead of just the direct care portion. And I wanted to highlight that program in association with item number I, which is the FEMA reimbursement for food staples program. It's called Food Staples, but it is additional funding to support the new program, which is the Community Food Assistance Competitive Grant Program. So the total of that funding for the food assistance program would be $7 million. And there is also additional funding built into the budget to help us through the food staples transition. The thought is that the grant program would start October. So there is funding for about 3 months to support the version of the food staples that we have today so that there is no lapse in food support. And I will end there, and please let me know if there's any questions.
Thank you. I'll just highlight really quick on that item number I. That was one of the few items that you'll see that did not have a unanimous vote. I'll just acknowledge that this was in some ways mirrored the utilities question. So in the previous year's budget, we did not fully fund, because there were a number of variables unknown at the time, how much we thought we were going to need to provide this additional food assistance. And so a supplemental appropriation had to be derived, which generated a lot of thoughtful conversation in a joint GO and HHS committee. And so the executive branch heard us and presented the recommendation acknowledging this is what they feel is what will be needed in the upcoming fiscal year, but does represent an increase, but with more information, I think is more informed. So just wanted to highlight that one discrepancy in the 2-1 vote. But with that, I yield back to you, Mr. President, to see if colleagues have any questions or thoughts regarding this particular item.
Thank you to the Health and Human Services Committee for your work on this, and to the Office of Food Systems Resiliency. I don't see any colleagues wishing to speak. Actually, now I do have one. I didn't see any colleagues wishing to
wasn't,
speak.
but I can't.
Well, let me turn it over to Council Vice President
It seems like
Stewart.
so much work went into this, and I know what we were saying before, that maybe no question is okay, but Director Bruskin, I just want to say thank you for all your work, and for the staff's work on putting the packet together. You know, I think we, as Chair Albanaz said, a few months ago, we spent a good deal of time going through and looking at the supplemental and know all the work that's going on here. One of the things that I just wanted to ask is I feel like we're in this transition period as your office gets up and running, and we're looking at the FEMA dollars no longer being here. In terms of like the looking long term, as you look at FY25 and these different programs, and then looking forward to FY26, can you just characterize like where we are with your office and overall the work that you're doing?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today and for the consideration of the budget request. Thank you for the question. So it is a very unpredictable time when it comes to not just food security initiatives, but more broadly human services supports and income supports for our residents. And so as the committee chair already highlighted very thoughtfully, a lot of the resources that both our local government as well as our residents have been depending upon for food security from the federal government are dramatically dwindling, if not completely ended. We had the opportunity recently to meet with USDA representatives who indicated that a lot of the COVID era flexibilities, including those for school meals, are likely not to be renewed. And so a lot of the pressure now falls most specifically on the states to close a lot of those gaps. And as we've seen from the recent General Assembly session, there weren't a lot of dramatic shifts in terms of food security resources coming from the state level. And so that does unfortunately put the county in a position to determine what levels of investments we want to make, and recognizing that the food security challenges that were uncovered during the pandemic weren't specific to a public health crisis. We have ongoing and persistent needs that are exacerbated by inflation and a wide variety of other factors. And so what we have strived to do with both the investments from the special appropriation and that are reflected in continuing in the FY25 budget are investments that are as value added as possible. So when we are making investments in supporting food access in the moment, we are also supporting access to economic opportunity and to education for our residents and our local businesses, as well as more directly addressing the root causes of hunger, achieving our equity goals, and building the capacity of our nonprofit sector, which we relied on so heavily during the pandemic and has been stretched incredibly thin. And so I think that's what you see here. Obviously, I think there is difficulty in establishing the exact number that is needed to ensure that all of our residents have equitable access to food. I think that's very much a systems-based strategy that doesn't exclusively involve food. But I feel very confident about both our ability to execute these opportunities, as well as their establishing a strong foundation for future years that is scaled up or scaled down as need requires and resources are available.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Councilmember Lukey.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I wanted to talk about my vote at committee and sort of where that came from and why I was accepting the council staff's recommendation. And it certainly isn't because of the work that you do, because your work is outstanding and excellent. And this is sort of a bigger, broader problem we have within the human services landscape, if you will. And last year during the budget season, of course, the needs were still high, and we knew that the resources were going to be dwindling from the feds, in fact, just abruptly terminated in many cases, in many respects. And that was not a good situation, right? And so we needed to do what we needed to do in order to help bridge that time and have a transition, if you will, as opposed to a cliff, because no one needs a cliff in their world. That being said, I don't know that we've moved into transition phase far enough. And there's the needs and the resources piece, and we are struggling with those because the needs are still high. Our resources are not infinite. And without the support of our federal partners or our state partners, for local governments to shoulder that on their own is a really significant ask. And especially as we look at the full landscape of different things that are required in order to make sure we are doing some in every bucket, if you will, and not leaving anything lopsided, trying to find those things that council staff pointed out was a way to try to say, what could we do here to help balance things out. So, I certainly appreciate the work that your office has been doing, and I know when I saw you right after we finished that day, I thanked you all for the slide deck, which was just a note for others coming before us. If you could get their slide deck and see how they did their progress lanes and their sort of flow chart of what's happening now, what's coming down the pike, where we're going, that was what I think policymakers need, and you delivered it. So it's not about that. It is about us trying to be more mindful of how we're balancing an intense landscape of needs with the resources that we have, and that is why I had followed the council staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Councilmember Sale.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my chair and my colleagues on the HHS committee. As we know, families are still recovering from the pandemic. From our seniors who need access to healthier foods, to our children. What we were able to accomplish during the pandemic was remarkable, and now we're trying to replace all of those resources locally to realize an initiative that we were all excited about and passionate to support, the commitment to end childhood hunger. And so while this initial investment is great, I have full confidence in Ms. Bruskin and her team that she has stood up so quickly, and this is why I wanted to ensure the full support of the recommended budget with my chair, and hope the rest of the council will support this important initiative that is coordinating efforts across our nonprofits to streamline how quickly and efficiently we are getting food out to the residents that need it most. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Albernaz.
Thank you, Mr. President. So that concludes the committee's recommendation on the Office of Food System Resilience. If you'll indulge, I recommend we do straw votes on 21 and 22 independently, and then block 23 through 28.
In terms of agenda, I think
Yeah, just so this is an individual.
we're going to take a straw vote
Yeah,
on
straw vote on this
Office
one
of
now.
Food Systems
Yep.
Resiliency, and then I'll turn it back
Yep.
to you, and we can take up agenda item 22.
Yep. Sounds good.
So let's start here. I'll just note, first of all, thank you to the committee, thank you to the Office of Food Systems Resiliency. We have a number of our key partners in the audience. Thank you to you, because this work doesn't happen without our partners. And I'll just note, I'm the co-chair representing the council on the Council of Governments Farm Committee, and so this is very much a regional challenge and a regional issue and a regional approach, and one that we are working very hard along with many of us who are in various different roles, including leadership roles at the Council of Governments, like Vice President Stewart has been and continues to be, to address these challenges from a regional approach. So thank you for that. We'll take a straw vote just on item 21 here, Office of Food Systems Resiliency. We have a committee recommendation before us. All those in favor of the committee recommendation, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. We're going to move on to item 22 on our agenda, and I will kick it back to you, Chair Albornoz, and we'll take up item 22, Guaranteed Income NDA.
Great, thank you. So yes, that takes us to item number 22, the Guaranteed Income NDA. I want to begin by expressing my appreciation to Councilmember Jawando. His office and our office have been working on this with full support of both the previous and current council for the last 3 years. And while the program is still ongoing, and we will be receiving a robust evaluation upon the completion of the first years of the pilot. The early returns on investment have been very positive, and we went ahead and unanimously approved the county executive's recommendation to complete the pilot year's programming funding. But we also proposed, and there was a memo sent by Councilmember Jawando and I, for an additional $100,000. And I will yield to Councilmember Jawando to describe that $100,000 and why we felt it was important. And there's a slight update on that $100,000.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chair Albornoz. It's been great to partner with you and your office on this. Thank you to our HHS staff who have been just awesome in working along with the Collaboration Council and other partners to meet the needs of these 300 families and participants in the pilot. Two things. We had been in communication with the County Executive's Office and with our staff about the $1,229,850, which is to close out the program and pay for the evaluation. Just as a reminder for colleagues, we've had, I think it's 295 that are in the program now, Richard? Yeah, 295 folks.
Yes.
That have been receiving $800 a month over the last 2 years. They were onboarded in different months, and so I think the last ones are up to receive their last payments in the next fiscal year in the summer, late summer. And so this money, I think, should be considered as base budget in that this is just to finish the program, a commitment that we have started, and to pay for the evaluation, which again is already in process, but we'll get a first readout soon, next month, I think, and then a final report next fiscal year. So I'll pause there, and then the $100,000, which the committee would be appropriate for the new and enhanced program list, is a bridge planning funds, because the idea with this money was that the pilot would always be used to show good outcomes, but then change, hopefully, how we inform future pilots, but also change how we provide dignified support to people in our community. I'll turn to maybe Dr. Nemhard to talk about how you plan to use that money and why that bridge money is necessary in your view to kind of go to the next iteration.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Jawando, for the opportunity to speak to the full council. This pilot has been a real impressive program investment for Montgomery County to be actually one of the first in all the counties around in the state of Maryland. What we're hoping to do with the $100,000 is look at how we best invest in the same idea for future pilots, both learning from the current evaluation that we're doing in the current pilot. One of the opportunities that we had for Montgomery County that is not in most other pilot was a full evaluation of the program, on the program side, so the administrative side, and also the participant side. So in terms of not just how well the program happened for the participant, but how to actually do another version of it to come. So what we're hoping to do with the funding is to provide some kind of template or baseline for what the next iteration of a pilot like this would be, whether it's the same framework or different. But it's also going to be about learning from what's now from other pilots that exist in the state and where we would want to go in the future for this. So that's what that money would be spent towards.
Appreciate that. So, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, I think if you want to handle those separately, but the first issue is about the money to finish the program, the $1.2 million, that I would move that be included in the base budget, and then we could take the $100,000 separately, if that's appropriate.
Let me turn it back to the chair to get his
Thank you.
view,
I
and
would-
then see if we have any views from council staff and executive
Absolutely. Yeah, I was
branch.
going to second that and turn it over to Ms. Clemens Johnson. I sort of skipped ahead a little bit there, but any other thoughts or feedback on anything we missed?
No, appreciate the clarity on the designation, and so the 100,000 will go on the new, and the 1.2 million will go on the base.
Yeah, so we're starting with the base.
Okay, so since it's different from what was recommended before the committee, what's before us, we have a motion on that. The motion would be to include in the base under the agreement between the executive and council staff that this is a continuation of the program, to fund it to its fidelity, and then an enhancement that would go on the new and enhanced program list. I think we could. Is the motion to take those up together? Or just
No,
to take
the motion is
base?
separate. The motion is first for the,
To include in the
move it into
base.
the base.
Okay, so we have a motion to include in the base based on the consensus that between the council staff and executive staff. All those in favor of the, the chair seconded it. So moved by Councilmember Jawando, seconded by Chair Albornoz. We have a motion before us. All those in favor of the motion indicate by raising your hand. So we are going to include that in the base. Now I'll turn it back to you if you want to make the motion on the enhanced.
Yes, and one other point on the 100,000 is that we've been able to very effectively leverage philanthropy to round out the funding model for this program. And as we are going through the evaluation process, but also providing some seed money to bridge the program, it's important to indicate to our philanthropic friends that we are committed to this, and we will make tweaks as we go through that full evaluation. But I'd like to move the 100,000 bridge funding to help with planning for the next year.
Okay, we have a motion to add 100,000 to the new enhanced program list, moved by Councilmember Albornoz, seconded by Councilmember Jawando. I see Councilmember Lukey wants to speak to this motion, so let me turn it over to her.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, this is to explain my vote at committee, because we did consider these options separately at committee, and I wholeheartedly agreed with the recommendation to and the motion you just made. We have to finish what we've started. And that is critically important. With respect to the addition, the ask that was made after budget came over for the $100,000 on top to do planning, my point was that we shouldn't be doing that until we've concluded the study and we can understand the scope of what it is we want to consider. And that I sort of felt like it was putting the cart before the horse, since we haven't wrapped up the program yet and we don't know the exact timing of when we're going to get the evaluation. And in theory, it might put us right on track for having that added during the FY26 budget. So that was the basis for that. We certainly do need to take a look at how this worked and how it worked perhaps better than some other things we're already doing, and how we might change or modify other things to accommodate this in the next iteration of a guaranteed income pilot program. Well, not pilot program, it would no longer be a pilot, the guaranteed income program, we would say. But I feel like that's a bigger, broader discussion, and we need to have this full pilot wrapped up first in order to gauge it with the metrics of other social services types programs, and to see which ones, and we had a really robust discussion at the committee, which ones may work best in concert with another support, right? So where guaranteed income worked best in concert with another aspect of programming that we were providing. And so that was my request as to why we should wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sale.
Yes, I just wanted to also clarify my support of the $100,000. We want whatever long-term decision that's made to be data informed. We already have the support of the Urban Institute, and I don't want there to be any delay in fast-tracking the evaluation of the initial program success and its continued success. And so this money will ensure that it's a seamless transition to evaluate the results ahead of next fiscal year so that we can make a better and informed decision for next fiscal year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Balcom.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that you do, and I'm really looking forward to the evaluation. So was just confused about, so we haven't seen the outcome study yet, or have we?
No, we've had a first preliminary demographic report breakdown, and we have an interim one in June, and the other one will be about November of 2025.
Okay. And I'm really
final will be in November.
I'm really looking forward to that. I don't have an objection to the 100,000, but just Councilmember Lutke makes a good point about in terms of the timing of or how you're going to use those funds. It doesn't. I feel like you need to wait to get to see the full outcome study from ULI, and then use these funds as opposed to. I'm not explaining myself. Can you describe how you're going to use these funds for evaluation and waiting for the formal final evaluation and how those two interact?
Right. So when we started this program, we don't have any administrative piece in it. HHS is the one that does the administrative, of course, myself. What we would like to do is have someone on board that can help us with collating the transition from the evaluation or governance body and what our next step is. And to do that, we would like that person in play while the evaluation is ending. So we're talking about probably the third quarter of 2025. Not exactly July or August, but right at the end of the evaluation. And because that's in the same fiscal year, that's the reason why we were asking for the request. But it's really for that continuity, nothing to have the evaluation and then have to sit on all of that. And we need someone to kind of guide us to what our next steps are. Including assessment of the evaluation and how it fits in the bigger picture, and also how does it fit in the other work that we do in HHS, right? So that's also a part of it that we're trying to get at.
Thank you. That clarifies it for me. And I think I just happened to be at that committee hearing, the work session, and there was discussion about offboarding of the individuals, and I just wanted to lift that up because I think that that's such a critical aspect of getting these individuals ready to not be receiving this money. So I appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Stewart.
Thank you. I wasn't able to join the committee meeting when you discussed this, but was able to review it. And I just want to thank you for the thoughtfulness, as Councilmember Balcom said, and to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Jawando and Albanaz. As a mayor, I was part of the Mayor's Guaranteed Income Group. And so to see that we're doing this pilot here in Montgomery County is very exciting, and looking forward to learning from it. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other colleagues wishing to speak, so we can take this up. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. That is unanimous. Okay, kick it back to you, Councilmember.
All right. So I think that concludes, Ms. Clemens-Johnson, the Guaranteed Income NDA. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you, Dr. Nemhard. All right, so we can move on to the next item. And these are a series of items, all under HHS. We start with administrative and support services. And Ms. Clemens-Johnson and Ms. Yell, I'll turn it over to you to tee this one up.
Sure thing. Thank you. So we are discussing the FY25 recommended budget for the Department of Health and Human Services. On the first page of your packet, it details that the recommended budget is $391 million, a 10% increase. Well, that's just the general fund. Let me skip down to all expenditures. That the FY25 budget is a $511 million budget, an increase of 7.39%, and an increase of 66 FTEs for FY25. The DHHS is split into service areas. So as we're reviewing the items, we look at the items per service area. So for this first section, there are 3 items related to infrastructure and administration costs that don't fall under any one service area. So I will detail those, but as we go through the other services, I'll move through those a little bit more quickly. So if we just dive in, on page number 4, we start with the infrastructure positions. The item is DHHS administrative infrastructure to administer new programs and services to ensure ability to bill for revenue. This item is fully offset by revenue, $980,000, 11 FTEs. So when the committee reviewed this item and DHHS provided some detailed information on the positions. The positions are in varying service areas, and based on revenue that the department will be able to collect, they will be able to support these positions, these 11 positions, with this with the revenue. When we looked at the detail of the positions, it was clear that some were directly attached to revenue, and there were others that weren't. And so if you look into your packet, that is detailed on pages 4 and 5. So of the 11 positions, 6 positions are directly attached to the revenue generation. And then there are two sets of 2 positions, Group 2, Group 3, and then Group 4, which are bucketed or grouped differently for the council to consider. So I'll stop right there and see if there's recommendation from the chair.
No, I'll just note up top, and we've been joined by Mr. Hodge and Dr. Bridgers, thank you so much, that as you all heard before, 78% of the contracts administered by the county to our nonprofit organizations are facilitated through the Department of Health and Human Services. That is arduous work, and that is on top of the contracts and services that the department uses to help carry out its own programs. And all of us have heard numerous stories about the timing of payments and some of the ongoing challenges. And so many of the recommendations before you are to shore up and provide the support that the department needs to be able to facilitate the work that's going on in the community. And I was particularly impressed with the presentation given this time around and the thoughtful consideration and strategies that are being utilized. So I just wanted to provide that context as we go through these items, colleagues. So I didn't have anything else to add. This was a 3-0 committee recommendation. And colleagues, we're going to block the next 5 items, I believe, the entire department, before we get back to the joint committee session and do the straw vote at the end of the 5.
Yeah, exactly. Items 23 through 28 is the department. So if there are any motions, we should take them on individual items. If there's any changes to the committee's recommendation. If not, we'll move through the committee's recommendations and then take up the department budget in block. Bless you. Mm-hmm. Yes, Councilmember Mink.
I have a motion for item number 26, Children, Youth, and Families.
Yes, so when
we get there, when appropriate.
We'll wait when we get to that.
Yeah, we're going to just go through each item individually, not take any votes, and then if you have items, just hit your button, and I will call on you. So as you go through it, bless you. As you go through it, just look over here, and I'll chime in and let you know that.
My ear.
Perfect. Sounds good.
All right, perfect. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Councilmember Fonda Gonzalez has a comment on this one.
Yeah, it's just a comment in support. First of all, thank you so much to the committee. If you look at page, we're on item 23. If you look at page 17, that's when we mentioned the work that Economic Development Committee has done on the positions for food facilities and plan review, having 2 positions paid, that DPS Enterprise to review restaurants is there. It took a lot to get this done. Lots of drama too, but we get it through. And thank you so much for the support, and for the chair of the HHS committee also for his support on moving this forward. And with that, I'm gonna leave it there. Just wanted to highlight it.
Sounds
Because it was
good.
too much to not say anything.
You'll leave it there, and Chair Albornoz will pick it up from there. Kick it back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll get to that in a little bit. It's a little bit later on down the line. But Ms. Clemens-Johnson, anything else on that item? If not, you can keep going.
Not on this item, and I'll skip to the next item. This is the FY25 one-time budgeted adjustment to reflect higher than expected contractor costs of $3.1 million. The committee discussed this with DHHS, and they highlighted their process for trying to get their vacancies filled, that they were really focused on it. I believe they gave some numbers that they could highlight today, but they are truly working on getting those vacancies filled. So with that being said, the HHS committee made a recommendation to divide this item into 4 tranches. And as you can see in your packet, tranches of 1.1 million, 1 million, 500,000, and 500,000. The HHS committee identified tranche 4 of 500,000 as a potential reduction. I'll just say this is only one of 2 reductions that are recommended in the HHS committee, so I did want to highlight that this is where the committee made a recommendation on a reduction.
Thank you. We can keep going.
Okay. And we'll flip to our next session on the administration and support services. And your packet on page 6 is the charting of how things were added in this service area. I will highlight the food for service consolidation hubs, that most of the food items have transitioned to OFSR. There was a shift of contracts that we didn't highlight during the OFSR conversation, but the bulk of that work has switched to the OFSR appropriately. One of the items still within DHHS is the food that is provided at the hubs. That the hubs are still stood up within the community, providing food distribution and other social services. There are 7 locations, and I will stop there and see if there are any other questions under the admin and support services area.
No question. That's just, there's no better example if it's not a new program.
Yes.
But it's new in our budget. Mm-hmm.
Yes, correct. Okay. I will go on to aging and disability. Starting out on page 8 is the chart. There are 9 items identified in this category as ongoing. There are 2 required by law and policy, and this is the second reduction that I mentioned, where the committee voted to not add the position on increasing home care services for clients experiencing homelessness. Within this area is the adult medical daycare and developmental disability supplement that was discussed at length by the committee, and also in our follow-up portion. For the adult medical daycare portion of the supplement, there were 2 organizations that have joined the collective of organizations that are that received the supplement. So on top of the executive's recommendation, $200,000 was included for the 2 new providers, so that they will receive the funding as well. And the rest of this service area are just increases related to the services provided through aging and disability. I'll stop there.
Thank you. I didn't have anything to add, Mr. President. I think we can keep going.
Okay.
The next service area is behavioral health and crisis services. On page 10 of your packet, the table shows the
10
items that would go on the new and enhanced programs list. The main one is basically replacing a federal grant fund to continue the mobile crisis outreach team services. So again, this is one where there are existing services that were expanded from a federal grant. There's also, as part of the 1.4 million that the executive is recommending, 252,000 that is to support expansion of MCOT teams. So the executive is recommending 1.2 million to continue existing services and to replace the grant, as well as 252,000 to support 2 new teams. The committee recommended placing both of those 2 tranches on the new enhanced programs list. Otherwise, there was other issues related to the 988 crisis hotline, continuing funding for that at at the level amount, as well as annualizing the effort of the opioid abatement funds.
Nothing to add, Mr. President.
Okay, moving on to Children, Youth, and Family Services on page 11 of your packet, and then moving on to that. The table shows, again, the items that are being placed on the new enhanced programs list. One is the converting 3 broker positions into merit staff. These were, again, previously funded by grant funding, so they are not new services, and these staff would help reduce wait times and provide customer service at the various Health and Human Services Office of Eligibility and Support Service offices. There is also $779,292 that's recommended to continue the Youth Safety Initiative. Again, these are considered ongoing services. So, but there is an element of that total that would be supporting new services. So what the committee recommended, putting $85,382 on the new enhanced programs list. The rest of that funding would be supporting ongoing services, so they would be not tracked that way. As far as the Treehouse Child Advocacy Center, the committee recommended placing $100,000 on the new enhanced programs list to support therapists to reduce the wait list for services that the Treehouse is experiencing. The committee learned that the Treehouse in the past year repurposed a therapist position to perform a forensic interviewer role because that position had been terminated by HHS. And so as a result of that, as well as some other issues at the Treehouse, the wait list for services of this very vulnerable population has grown, particularly in the Spanish-speaking population. So the committee recommended adding this funding.
If we could stop there really quick. So thank you, Ms. Yao. So as all of you know, the Treehouse has a unique relationship with our colleagues in the Department of Health and Human Services, exclusively contracting with them to carry out in what is unquestionably our most vulnerable population. I mean, it's not even close with what these kids have seen and had to deal with. And so it was brought to our attention that because of wait times, because of the increased demand for services, it made sense to add this recommendation above and beyond what the executive had recommended, and so that's why I wanted to highlight this particular line item for all of you.
Okay. There are a couple shifts that that were recommended by the executive. One of the items that I did want to highlight is there was the recommendation to eliminate the Maryland Vietnamese Mutual Association contract in the Children, Youth, and Families program. The HHS committee recommended eliminating the contract from the service area, but the committee and the executive supported this, was recommending adding funds to the Asian American Health Initiative program to work to have a MVMA continuing to deliver services under that contract.
Yeah, and I just want to give a big shout out to the Asian American Health Initiative, as well as the Latino Health Initiative and the African American Health Program. This is yet another example of why that partnership and alliance makes so much sense. There was a little bit of confusion, a little bit of miscommunication regarding the services being rendered, but very important services by this nonprofit organization. They, as you will recall, colleagues came in the orange hats during public testimony, and that helped actually create a win-win situation, and is where the contract probably should have been in the first place.
And just to clarify on that, so that will be taken up in the Asian American Health Initiative portion, or were you taking it up here?
Is that correct? Yes, that's correct.
So noted here, but taken up in the Asian American Health Initiative, which makes a whole lot of sense.
Okay.
So before we move on from that, I think Councilmember Mink has wanted to comment on this. So let me yield to her before we move on to our next item, because we are entertaining motions on individual items as we go through. So Councilmember
So I am
Mink.
good to do a make a
You
okay.
are
All right.
completely in order. So thank you for your patience. And
Okay.
this is always a bear to get through. It's by far the biggest budget that we undertake, and you know, in terms of a county government department. And so appreciate everybody's indulgence there. Appreciate the work of the committee. Let me yield to you, Councilmember Mink.
Okay, great. So in partnership with with Chair Albornoz and with Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez, we sent around a memo about this. So I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to that, and then I'll make a motion. It comes in two parts, and so one of the parts is related to PYD, Positive Youth Development, which is under the CYF umbrella, Children, Youth, and Families umbrella. So I'll hold the other piece of it, which is a small piece that relates to newcomers, to when we get there. So this relates to our newcomer population, but an initiative that the Positive Youth Development has been running. So PYD currently partners with Identity and with Montgomery College to host two what are called youth leadership summits, and they're for newcomers, and they hold them at Montgomery College campuses, which is really awesome. The summits provide an opportunity for those newcomer students to bond over common experiences and to connect with people and organizations who are here to support them, all while exposing them and connecting them to Montgomery College. So currently, each summit serves primarily Spanish-speaking students from 8 MCPS schools approximately, and there's 2 of those summits, so they're able to cover 2 campuses. And that's entirely appropriate. From when the summits began, the county was really focused on that target population because of the influx of unaccompanied minors, youth, and families who are arriving from the southern U.S. border. And of course, as this council has discussed, the newcomer population from other areas, Cameroon, Afghanistan, Ukraine, Haiti, and so on, is dramatically increasing. Our newcomer population is changing and growing, and we need to adapt our services and programs to support that. So this is one of those programs. So this funding, the $50,000, will allow PYD to hold one of those youth summits at each of the 4 Montgomery College sites, so including the new East County Education Center and the Tacoma Park campus. And it will also cover translators and more small group facilitators for a much broader and more inclusive participation. So this is an important part, a small, but we had to make sure it doesn't go unnoticed, a small but important part of our effort to update our newcomer programming to match our newcomer population. And it's very high impact. We're socially integrating our newcomer youth population with each other, but also with community groups and with mentors and with Montgomery College. So the benefits really go well outside the summits themselves. So I'd like to make a motion to add that $50,000 under Children, Youth, and Families for positive youth development for the youth leadership summits to the reconciliation list.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Albornoz. I don't see any colleagues wishing to speak on this motion. All those in favor of the motion of adding this funding to the new enhanced program list, that is unanimous.
Thank you.
Let me turn it to Council Vice President Stewart.
Great. Ms. Yao, I had a question on the bottom of page 13 of the packet, number 7, the summer electronic benefit transfers. Because I think if I'm reading this correctly, this is a match for state funds.
Correct.
And I was just wondering, why should we move this off of the enhance and add list if we're matching funds that we already got? I thought that was one of our criteria. Right. So asking the chair, I'm happy to make that motion, but.
Yeah, I don't have a good response to that.
Okay.
So I think that would make sense.
So it's considered an enhance, but I think we've categorized it under the required by law policy. So it won't compete on the new and enhanced program list.
Okay, so that's already done.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so that is not included on the new enhanced program list because it's a requirement for the match. Thank you for clarifying and confirming that. The chair didn't have a good answer because no answer was needed because it's already been done exactly as it should have in the committee. He's so good he didn't even know it. So let me turn it back to the chair to continue with this work and turn it back to staff as needed.
Thank you. I think that concludes Children, Youth, and Families. Mr. Advance, thank you so much. We now move on to Public Health Services and Minority Programs.
Thank you. So I'll just highlight in this area a few programs where the committee made recommendations or extra comments. The first would be the Public Health Services starts on page 14 of the packet. It is by far where the most increases are within DHHS. So going through the items, just starting with number 3, there is a recommendation to expand the dental program to meet the increased demand of $800,000 and 7 FTEs. This is one area that the HHS committee received an update on the dental program, trying to include it as part of the base budget reviews or beginning that work to hear more about the program, especially since there's such a big add this year. Last year there was a big conversion of staff as well. I will just note that as part of the FTEs includes 2 physicians, an oral surgeon and a general dentist, which would be a significant add to our program. The current county dental program only has 1 merit dentist who is the director, and so all of our other dentists who provide care are contracts. So this will build in merit positions, which will provide more stability for that program. So I wanted to highlight that, and there is a schedule to discuss that further. For item number 5, the increase to the Montgomery Cares reimbursement rate, they said 50% of the cost of care. This item was $1.8 million. This is to cover the primary care and some specialty care. Well, that's what the program provides, but this increase is directly related to the primary care reimbursement rate. It's not included here, but the program budgets out 72,000 encounters. So when we see this rate where it moved from 76.50 to 102.15 per visit, that 102.15 is part of those 72,000 encounters. So this requested increase of 1.8 million would take that rate from 102 to 124.83 when we consider the contract and things that have to be considered for there. So for this item, the HHS committee recommend dividing this increase into 3 tranches. The 1 million that would be considered a $15 increase, and then 2 increases of 360,000, which would be 5 increases. So the committee would recommended all of the 3 tranches for the full 25 increase.
If you could pause there real quick, Ms. Clemens Johnson, I just wanted to highlight 2 things for colleagues. And I really want to once again thank our public health team for your leadership around the dental issue. None of us had the opportunity to attend an action by our colleagues and friends in Action in Montgomery who've taken up this issue as a priority. We had to defer in last year's budget, and this represents the increase based on the strategic work that has been done by the department. And there's an acknowledgement that there could be more to come. The strategic work has not yet been completed, but we know this is a major gap in the overall service delivery area. And once we have more of our mobile medical practices up and running and mobile dental practices up and running, and through exciting potential expanded partnerships with universities of Shady Grove as well as the Mary Center, there will be even more capacity building. But I just wanted to put a pin in that because there is a chance our colleagues in the executive branch may be coming back for a supplemental to further enhance the dental infrastructure. This is sort of just a down payment. And then with regards to the Montgomery Cares reimbursement rates, I mentioned the data point in my opening comments, but we have seen approximately 36% increase in the number of children that are accessing the Care for Kids program. And we have seen a lot more, and this is a good thing, we have seen a lot more volume within our clinics, but our clinics are experiencing inflationary increases of their own. And that's why I will be arguing vigorously for all 3 tranches, but underscoring the unique set of challenges that we have in the funding. That's why we split it up into 3, but all 3, frankly, are pretty important. That's it, Ms. Clemens Johnson, you keep going.
Okay, thank you. And I'll also note, won't go over it, but that there is a access to reproductive health item included in the Care for Kids budget, and I know that reproductive health has been a priority for the council within the last 2 years. The next item that I'll detail that will need a motion to consider is number 8. The HHS committee reviewed this position, which is titled to increase review capacity and assist county businesses with attaining licensure and complying with regulations. So this is a position of 1 FTE funded at $89,000. When the committee discussed this position, it was explained that this position would help promote health and safety through training and awareness, really customer service focused, and that a portion of the position will also, or some parts of the position will include plan review and inspection responsibilities. At that time, the HHS committee recommended approval of this position 3-0, and we tracked it on the new and enhanced program list. The Economic Development Committee has been reviewing the issues facing the restaurant sector since December, I believe. And so one issue that was raised at the time was the time that it took to complete the plan review. So there was detailed conversation, and at the May 2nd work session, the Econ Committee recommended the source of the funding for this position, the one that was discussed by the HHS Committee, be changed from general fund to the DPS Enterprise Fund. That was a vote from 4-0. The Econ Committee also recommends that a second new position for plan review be added, but we aren't discussing that here. That will be discussed Friday by the Econ Committee. So to assist with the budget tracking, council staff recommends that council take a straw vote at this session about the funding source. So we're calling this general fund neutral. It would shift $89,167,000 in DHHS expenditures to the enterprise fund, but that FTE would stay in DHHS. It would also shift 89,000, or I believe the clear number is 95,000 in fee revenue that goes to the general fund to the enterprise fund. So if there are any questions, I can.
No, just a couple of quick comments. Thank you, Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez. You and your team have absolutely been doing a great job in addressing that issue. I think once we better understood what exactly it was and how exactly we wanted to do this, it was very clear that this needed to move as quickly as possible. So I appreciate your patience as we work through and figured out those important details. But I will formally move what Ms. Clemens Johnson just described.
Moved by Councilmember Albornoz, seconded by Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez. Her comment was to second, which she has done. I don't see any other colleagues interested in speaking on this item. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. So the motion is approved, and I'll turn it back to you, Chair Albornoz.
Great. Anything else in public health and minority programs, Ms. Clemens Johnson?
I'll just note the Montgomery MoCo Pride Center operating support of $500,000, which was discussed during committee. There was action on the FY24 supplemental of $200,000 this morning. This $500,000 is for ongoing support for FY25. We do not have any details about those expenditures. I believe that came up, but staff can gather that information before the final vote is taken. But the HHS committee did recommend approval of this on the new and enhanced program list.
Thank you. Yes, I want to thank Council Vice President Stewart and Councilmember Mink, who participated in that robust conversation. There was an acknowledgement that we desperately need more services, particularly right now in this community. And this is another example of where county government has to partner with organizations who can provide a stronger connection, a broader reach, stronger bridges that we can't do on our own. And for too long, much of this work was done by volunteers who were just dedicating their own personal time to this. And so this is an acknowledgement not only into the importance of this work, but also the quality of the work that's been performed thus far. So we enthusiastically supported that enhancement.
Appreciate that. Let me turn it, speaking of, to Council Vice President Stewart.
Great, thank you. Thank you to the chair for that. And I just want to note, since there's so much for us to review, in the packet, the excellent packet Ms. Clemens Johnson has put together for this in the supplemental, there is a PowerPoint from MoCo Pride that does detail the work that, as Chair Albanaz has said, basically doing on a volunteer basis for the last couple of years, partnering with our HHS department. And I want to thank Dr. Bridges and his amazing team on the work that they are doing. And so, I see the folks from MoCo Pride here with us, and I'm sure if folks have any questions, they are happy to answer it. But I think that PowerPoint helps to provide some understanding of the programming they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Glad.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withheld my
Glass was there too. Sorry.
Sorry. Thank you. I withheld comment earlier on the special appropriation because I just wanted to mention it now that this is a long time in the making. And members of the LGBTQ plus community, as was just noted, have been volunteering their time to organize and provide opportunities for our residents. And at the joint committee, I mentioned that when I first got elected, within the first 2 weeks, learned that there was money in the FY18 budget at that time to provide services in a safe space for members of the LGBTQ plus community. And then the first act of that council was to cut tens of millions of dollars from the budget, and that line item got cut. And so it's taken a little while, but the perseverance and the dedication from members of the community and the activists and the leaders is manifest itself here. And, today is May 7th, and so we're, 3 weeks away from Pride, but I officially declare Pride starting today. And I'm extremely proud of what we've been able to do, and so I'll support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Mink.
Thank you. I'm really excited and really hopeful about this one. This is just so important. And not only have we had folks who have been volunteering their time, but this has been an expense. This has been money out of pocket for people who are in the most impacted community that we're trying to serve here. So all the work that's been getting done, again, has not only been people putting out their own time, but has been people putting out their own funding. So this, I know in some of the very early conversations with MoCo Pride and with other partners in this space soon after the election, when we talked about the needs in this area, it was funding to support the work that they were already doing, but is completely unsustainable. So I really appreciate the leadership of Vice President Stewart and the support of this council. It was great to see the appropriation, much needed, move through, and this piece is much needed and much overdue in the operating budget. So thank you.
Thank you. No other colleagues speaking on this item. Welcome to MoCo Pride Center, and appreciate all of your work and service and partnership.
Great. Ms. Clemens Johnson.
Okay. We will move on to the minority programs that are embedded within the Office of Community Affairs. The minority programs include the African American Health Program, the Asian American Health Initiative, the Latino Health Initiative, and Black Physicians Healthcare Network. So for the Latino Health Initiative and the AHI, there are programs recommended for expansion, which the HHS committee recommends approval of. For item number 13, this is restoring the Vietnamese Mutual Association contract, and it will shift it to the Asian American Health Initiative, so that $87,000. I wanted to highlight that the executive noted that the organization supports limited English proficient older adults in accessing benefits and services, provides translation services, and was a partner with the ACA follow-up, and they provide outreach services to naturalization.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will move on to our last service area for DHHS, which is services to end and prevent homelessness. You'll see the chart of the new and enhanced programs list is on pages 19 of your packet. I will just highlight in this, we know the biggest reduction that happened between FY24, or planned reduction, from FY24 to FY25 is the removal of the Federal Emergency Rental Assistance Program. This was a reduction of 14 million and 28 FTEs. That was all supported by COVID, FEMA funding that ran out, and so that program is no longer in existence for FY25. So I just wanted to highlight that, and then also the biggest if you look at number 5 on page 21 of your packet, under the SEF service area is a enhancement to the prevention services area of SEF, which is $841,966. It's kind of written like a replacement of the ARPA dollars, but the funding is used differently. This will support 8 FTEs to the prevention program to allow case managers to work longer hours to try to find ways to avoid evictions. Now that the federal funds are gone, the maximum a household can receive for rental and arrears is $3,000, and for relocation, the maximum is $6,000. The HHS committee did recommend approval of those 8 FTEs. And I'll just also highlight number 4 to continue the overflow sheltering in motels. Over the past couple of years, it's been a mixture of FEMA funding and county general funds, but covering overflowing shelter in motels is something that the county has always done. We wanted to note that this $2.5 million amount is actually a reduction from last year, and the HHS recommended approval of those funds. And just another note that I'll mention is that there was an extensive discussion about the Housing Initiative Fund and the rental assistance and the loss of the ARPA funds. There were no funds added for direct rental assistance, really just the prevention dollars for FY25. So if there's any questions, I can address them.
No, I think you did a great job covering it. We've heard about the increase in need, the alarming increase in numbers, and this is particularly disproportionately impacting families in terms of the numbers and our aging population. They're the 2 fastest growing demographics we're seeing represented in our homeless demographic. So needless to say, the work is continuing and important, but thank you, Ms. Hong, and your team.
Thank you. We do have a couple colleagues interested in speaking on this item. Councilmember Mink.
Hi, I just wanted to highlight another piece of the conversation from that committee session. There's a lot of very warranted concern about the lack of emergency rental assistance, and I know that our hope is that we can make up for some of the difference with preventative action, so those positions are in the funding there is incredibly important. And I'll note that those 8 FTEs is a reduction from the FTEs. Now we've classified them a little bit differently, but overall in terms of people in the space doing that work, it's a significant reduction. So just want to highlight the importance again of making sure that we get those positions through. And then I know we had a little bit of a conversation about where certain much smaller pockets of rental assistance live within the county budget, and again to a much smaller extent and for particular populations and circumstances. But there was certainly, it was an important part of the conversation that we need to come back very quickly and check in on what this system is looking like and how it's working, because as we know, our shelters are quite overburdened as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate those comments from Councilmember Mink and the work of the committee, and Chair Albernaz teed up this conversation by talking about the number of individuals who are experiencing homelessness is based on the last point in time count, and appreciate your leadership, Ms. Hong, over the last year. You've been immersed in this space, and now you're on the inside helping navigate the funds that we have, and as Councilmember Mink alluded to, the lack of, or the, how to word it, right? The inability to fund all the programs that we need to meet the needs. You know, I would appreciate from you kind of a stepping back, highlighting what is happening on the ground. A number of us who live in down county see what's happening. We know up county what's happening as well, so thereby saying it's happening all throughout the county. And I think some of the backdrop is, while it's the finances and not having the funding, there's also some pretty unsettling debates that are happening at the Supreme Court about whether someone has the right to remain homeless. And I'm curious what that will entail depending on how that decision is made and what mandates come on down, and if we will have to find money for individuals because the Supreme Court might determine that they do not have a right to be outside unhoused. And so a lot to unpack in that question, but as the chief of SEF, can you just share your thoughts of where we are right now?
Sure. Thank you so much for that thoughtful question. I think this has been a really hard year to get through because we continue to see how the increasing rents, as well as inflation, suspected landlord discrimination, all happening while the federal funds were dwindling and now they're gone. So households have really struggled to remain housed, and we definitely saw that in January with the point-in-time count. I noted in the HHS work session that family homelessness this year increased by 47%, which is very alarming. The overall number increased by 28%, which is still very troubling. So we could see that across the board, people were struggling this year, continue to struggle, even though we're post-pandemic, the challenges are there. And amongst the family populations, what we saw in the point-in-time count analysis is that the family size is larger and there are more vulnerabilities amongst those families, more chronic health conditions, physical disabilities, as well as behavioral health conditions. So those families who are larger in size, as well as having vulnerabilities, were more impacted by the rising costs in housing and inflation. So all of it is very concerning. And then what we also saw is that those who struggled during the pandemic, the vulnerable adults, still struggle to access the supportive services they need. And so I think I've met with almost all of you and different communities who expressed their concern at the growing number of unsheltered individuals outside, which is why I continue to be so thankful to all of you for your support for our shelter providers who just did a heroic thing by expanding their shelter capacity during hypothermia season this year. It saved lives for sure. So I am encouraged by the work that Montgomery County does because we have such a compassionate community that understands that homelessness is a problem of housing. Housing should be a human right, and those who don't have it should not be criminalized. I think those of us who are watching the Supreme Court and their opinions are very concerned at what will happen, but here in Montgomery County, I am encouraged that we continue to understand that homelessness is a housing problem, and criminalizing those who don't have the most basic need is the wrong step. It's a move in the wrong direction and will not help. So that's from my perspective, what I've observed over the past year.
Amen. You're absolutely right. And again, that's why this is so incredibly important in the budget right now. And then the other question I have, which dovetails off of the needs that we are experiencing, is our hardworking, dedicated providers are experiencing some security concerns as well. Can you talk a little bit about what is causing that and how we are responding to make sure everybody is safe in whatever housing that we're providing them?
Sure. So security has become more and more important, especially as there's growing violence in our shelters that increased during the pandemic. there was a huge difficulty in the population accessing the behavioral health services they need during the pandemic. Many of the services became telehealth, which is very difficult for people experiencing homelessness to access. So we struggled with that, and the partners and the county worked together to advocate for increased security. And that was also part of the supplemental request that came through that the council supported. And so we are confident that the security services will improve with additional funding. It is not perfect, though. This is something that Councilmember Albornoz, brought up very insightfully. There needs to be adequate training, not just security officers in each of the shelters. And that's something that both security services as well as HHS are committed to ensuring by having regular meetings with our security services to ensure that it's not just a suggestion that they attend all the trainings needed, but they really have to attend those trainings in order to provide the security needed to create a safe environment in our emergency shelters, because otherwise we risk traumatizing the population as well as the staff who are there, who observe any of the violent incidents that occur. And for us, that's unacceptable, because we are not in the business of doing harm. We are in the business of helping people. So it's a huge value for us to make sure it's done well and done, that the services are high quality.
Well, Ms. Hong, thank you for that. Thank you for your leadership and your insights, and to the entire DHHS team and all of our providers. We will be watching over the coming weeks what the Supreme Court ends up saying, but I think you are absolutely right and likely speak for everyone in county government on both sides of the street that housing is a human right, and we're going to make sure people have a place to stay and a roof over their head. Thank you.
Ms. Hong, it was great to join you at the Point in Time survey along with Dr. Davis. We were out there till the wee hours of the night, and so many other volunteers and so many support service providers and community partners were out as well. And it's just one day where many of us do what many of our community partners are doing on a daily and nightly basis to serve some of the most vulnerable members of our community. And it really is a window into the dynamics of Montgomery County, and the Health and Human Services budget really is a reflection of that. We have some of the greatest benefits and positives in our community, and we have some of the greatest challenges in our community as well. I'll turn it back to you, Chair Albornoz, to wrap up on these items, and we can take a vote when you're ready.
Great. I really appreciate Councilmember Glass's question, and as former lead for homeless and vulnerable populations, he's did a fantastic job for the 4 years, and we miss you on the committee, Councilmember Glass, but we appreciate your continued leadership. I would also highlight, in response to your question number 2, which is adding the 3 support specialists, peer support specialists, who will be providing on-site work at Progress Place, but won't be limited just to Progress Place, but to meet the holistic needs of our constituents as well. Ms. Clemens-Johnson, we can move on.
That is the end.
Great. So that takes us to the newcomers program.
Well, why don't we take a straw vote here on 23 to 28 before we move on to the joint committee, and we can take those up individually as
I'd like to
joint committee.
Move line items 23 through 28 for the council's approval.
So moved.
We have a motion by the Chair of Health and Human Services, a second by Councilmember Sales. All those in, no problem. Councilmember Balcom.
My apologies. We were so efficient that something slipped by me, and that's the funding for WUMCO. I just wanted to, and it's $232,000 for WUMCO, and I just wanted to make a point. I'm not going to make a motion, but this really is a continuation of services that they've been providing through the years. It's always been kind of a piecemeal hodgepodge of different supports from different places, and this is really great to have it in all one place and dedicated to WUMCO. And I also wanted to just mention, we had a conversation last year during budget and throughout the past year about the importance of a rural health care. And I just want to liken this to our minority programs, where they're so important in reaching vulnerable populations. This is a very vulnerable population, our rural community, and I just want my colleagues to keep that in mind when we look at this, the healthcare services. So thank you.
Thanks for noting that. It was a hodgepodge under the prior council representation for WUMCO. I'm glad that it's gotten sorted out under the current council representation, but no, insincere here. Really appreciate DHHS really stepping up to support this community that has for a long time had major health outcome challenges and not enough support from county government, and that has certainly changed in recent years, and this budget is a reflection of that, and that item in particular is one of many examples of that. Okay, we have a motion by the chair to move the recommendation as amended here, the committee recommendation as amended by the body, and seconded by Councilmember Sales. So we have a motion as amended before us. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. And so I will turn it back. We now are going to move on to newcomers program, item 29 on our agenda. And so let me turn it back to you, although this was a joint committee, Education and Culture, Health and Human Services, Chair Albornoz.
Yeah, Councilmember Jawando, Chair Jawando and I are going to tag team the next two. So I will start as lead for the newcomers program, and then he will take over for early care and education. So I turn it back over to you, Ms. Clemens Johnson, to walk us through this item.
Sure, and I'll just note that Councilmember Meek made a motion that is related to the newcomers program when we discussed children, youth, and family. So it would directly increase this budget that I will detail in the next breath. And so the newcomers program is recommended at $7.1 million this year in 12 FTEs. That's a reduction of 2 FTEs compared to last year, and the last year's budget was $6.4 million. I'll note that the biggest increase for FY25 for the newcomers was funding for mental health services of $1.3 million. That's a new item this year. There was also a restructuring of the newcomers program, trying to focus on, impacted by migrants who are arriving here on the bus, and our relationship with SAMU, in which we have a respite center in Montgomery County. Kind of confusing, but the respite center and the support with SAMU has been funded through state funds, and so that's helping the migrant individuals who are here short term, who are likely transitioning on to their final destination. SAMU is providing support to services for those individuals, and that program is also helping those who choose to stay in Montgomery County coordinate with the newcomers program to help those people with the social support and services that they need. So there has been there's like a policy like recommendation that they be treated differently for those who are choosing to, for those based on when they arrived in the U.S. and their status in terms of being a short-term, going to a new destination, and those that are planning to stay and remain and live in the county. So that was detailed in committee, but I just wanted to highlight the new budget amounts, and then there is the addition by Councilmember Meek for the four. It's in front of me somewhere.
So I can clarify whenever is the appropriate time.
So,
please.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your memory, Ms. Clemens-Johnson. So, the previous motion was for expanding from 2 to 4 youth leadership summits, as well as expanding their target population there through translators and additional small group facilitators. Those youth summits are under the budget of Positive Youth Development, or PYD, in children, youth, and families, and the work that they do in part to target newcomer students. So that would be that's on the PYD budget. In addition, along with Chair Albernas and Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez, we're requesting $20,000 under the Newcomers program, formerly the Bienvenidos Initiative. That is for 4 resource fairs that they hold throughout the year. Those each connect about 200 families to school enrollment, health programs, language classes, legal support, and more. Those are done with the partnership of the MCPS International Admissions and Enrollment Office, as well as community partners, but there is no dedicated funding for those events, and so the continuation has been a challenge. So this funding will support staffing, supplies, as well as, again, expanded outreach and translation services to allow for more inclusive participation. As with the youth summits, primarily these resource fairs target and support Spanish-speaking families because these are remnants of a time when that was our primary newcomer population. And so, again, this expansion is really very much needed to support our full newcomer population. So it's a $50,000 with PYD under Children, Youth, and Families to expand from 2 to 4 youth summits. And then this is $20,000 to support 4 resource fairs for newcomer youth under the Newcomers program.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by raising your hand. That is unanimous. I will turn it back. Do we have any other items on the Newcomers Initiative?
No, that's it.
Okay, so we have a joint committee recommendation on this as amended at the council. Is there a motion?
So moved.
To approve, moved by Councilmember Albernas, seconded by Councilmember Jawando. All those in favor of the amended committee recommendation? That is unanimous. We have a unanimous straw vote on that. Our final item today for this afternoon is early care and education, and I will turn it over to the other co-chair of this joint committee, Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to my co-chair, Councilmember Albernas. Despite this being the final item, and there's a lot, it's power-packed. There's a lot, there's a lot here, and we had several meetings, joint meetings of the EC-HHS committee on April 19th and then on April 24th, and both were very productive. And appreciate the work on Newcomers Initiative, which we just dealt with. We also discussed the CIP items in that joint committee related to the Woodward High School Wellness Center and the feasibility study for linkages to learning at Francis Scott Key Middle School. We approved those items 5-0. Our second meeting was on the 24th of April, and we covered a lot of ground, primarily around the early care and education work in the ECEI initiative, and which includes the Early Care and Education Initiative non-departmental account, or the ECEI NDA, child care subsidies, early childhood services, the Children's Opportunity Alliance non-departmental account, Head Start, and we talked about the blueprint in compliance, and obviously our partners from MCPS are here as well. With the exception of the ECEI NDA, which I'll come back to, and the Children's Opportunity Alliance NDA, the Joint Committee voted 5-0 to recommend the approval of the county executive's recommended FY25 budget for the other items mentioned. I'll turn it over to Ms. Yao momentarily to lead us through, and then why don't we go through the items where there was unanimous agreement first and then come back to ECEI.
Absolutely. The committee made a couple recommendations that will be included on the new enhanced programs list. The first one is enhancing salaries for linkages to learning bilingual therapists. The amount is $150,000. This is to better compensate these very difficult to compete and important positions. The providers of linkages to learning services have requested $300,000, and the executive recommended half of that. So the committee recommended putting, again, $150,000 on the new and enhanced programs list. There are 2 items for the Children's Opportunity Alliance NDA that the committee also recommended that the executive had initially recommended. The first one is $88,000 to support community engagement and research activities. These would be ongoing services. And the second item is $231,000 one-time funding to support a data dashboard, advocacy and outreach, blueprint supports, and racial equity and social justice capacity building. There were a number of adjustments in school health services. They would not go on the new enhanced programs list. Those adjustments related to basically state mandated services as well as grant funding. The ECE NDA, there was a lot of discussion about the ECE NDA in committee. The executive recommends $11,260,300.
Ms. Yao,
Yeah.
so maybe before we do that, can we would suggest we just approve the other items that were unanimous and then go to that if that works with the president? So those were committee recommendations, 5-0, everything else.
We'll break it up. We have a committee recommendation, so we don't need a motion. All those in favor of those unanimous committee recommendations, please indicate by raising your hand. So that is unanimous for those committee recommendations, and now we can take up the discussion items.
Great, and I'll turn back to you in 1 second, Ms. Yao, but I just want to thank I don't want to minimize those other items. There was a lot there and a lot that happened, and I know Ms. Resnick is not able to be here today, but the Children's Opportunity Alliance has grown from and no longer a fledgling organization and has built a very good reputation, and we're glad that they are going to have more resources and that the MOU is set up between HHS and MCPS, and data is going to begin flowing, and we were very happy as a joint committee about the work that's going on between the entire group over the last year, so just didn't want to overshadow that, and there was significant discussion about that. The ECEI, I'll let Ms. Yao, why don't you go ahead and tee it up, and then I'll chime in. Go ahead.
So the executive is recommending approximately $11,260,000 for the NDA in fiscal year '25. It's an increase of $185,937. The NDA is in a fund that rolls over unspent amounts. When the council first approved the NDA, it recognized that the work spanned multiple years and that as a result, it operates differently than regular NDAs, where if there's a balance at the end, it reverts back to the general fund. Anyway, projected unspent funding for the NDA in fiscal year '24 is approximately $11 million, and it will be reappropriated to fiscal year '25, resulting in an estimated available resources of $22.3 million. It would include 26 FTEs, which is an increase of 14 FTEs. After a lengthy discussion that the committee had, Councilmember Mink made a motion and Councilmember Luke Leahy seconded to approve the amount recommended in the ECE NDA, as well as 5.5 or half of the projected rollover, and to put the other half of the rollover on the new enhanced program list to be decided in the context of the whole operating budget. The vote was 3-2 against the motion. The committee recommended 3-2, with Councilmembers Mink and Lutley opposing, approval of the NDA as recommended by the executive. The council members did request information, though, about what would be the impact of reducing the budget based on half of the rollover funds. And the executive responded with what is at the top of page 4 of your packet, essentially that the spending plan revisions could have profound repercussions as it threatens the integrity of the mission of the ECE initiative and the early care and education system. They indicated that the spending plan was crafted to support the core mission to synthesize strategies and expand opportunities that the ECEI is designed for, including identifying barriers, designing administrative and programmatic solutions, and implementing policies with a focus on alignment, sustainability, access and affordability, and expansion for early childhood services. They gave some examples of things that could be reduced, including the Child Care Facilities Fund, which would jeopardize expansion and enhancement of program quality, the elimination of the Family Involvement Center, which might undermine early intervention screening for infants and toddlers, and reducing seats for infants and toddlers accessing, full supported quality child care versus via their EquiCare grants. So the NDA does include, and Council Just Staff notes, that it shifts personnel costs from operating to add 14 merit staff. So that's a quick summary of what happened at committee.
I appreciate that, Ms. Yao. And I'll just add a little more, and then we can open it up for discussion. Turn it back to you, Mr. President, just to give some context. We had some very in-depth conversations over multiple sessions about the spending plan, about items in the spending plan. Just big picture, the context here, there's just under 75,000 children 0 to 5. We got a great presentation between meetings on that. Of those children, about 36,000 are 0 to 2, 25,000 are 3 and 4 year olds, and 12,000 are 5-year-olds. And we all agree the system we're trying to build, that the class of council members I came in with, one of the first things we did was stand up with Councilman Navarro and the county executive and others and make investments into this initiative. We also supported the creation and the funding of Children's Opportunity. And then, oh, by the way, a pandemic happened, which one of the major outcomes of that was to upend child early care and education. I mean, we spend a lot of time on this body dealing with that and the requirements and, go down the list. And it slowed down the work. And so we had multiple, work was happening, but it changed the system and it slowed down the work. And in since FY21, there have been rollover. And yes, it was designed to have rollover, so you had flexibility. But we all admit, I think, including that we wanted to move faster. I will say in the last year, things have moved faster. There's been more coordination between the entities and progress on seats, right? We want more progress, but there has been progress. One of the things that's been very important to me are these multiple studies that we need to move forward, like supply and demand, that are all coming this year, this calendar year, and will be very important to this funding will be necessary to kind of implement the work that comes out of those studies. So we thought, as the majority thought, having the dialogue with the ECEI initiative and with council staff and just understanding the history of this, that to remove this funding and then put them in the position, given their detailed spending plan, which, if fulfilled, has a negative balance, by the way. If they, all the things in there, there's $4 million that's needed with that spending plan, that to remove the funding and then force them to come back for a supplemental would interrupt the work. And they can speak to it more fulsomely, in a more fulsome way, and if there's questions. But that was the rationale from the majority. While, look, I would love nothing more than to have some extra money to spend in this budget. This is such a core initiative, and there's so many, it's so interconnected, and there's so many moving pieces. I didn't feel it was responsible, the majority didn't feel that, to not allow this, again, funding to move forward. That being said, I would be in a much different position next year if the spending plan wasn't adhered to. But I do feel that sufficient progress has been made, and there's so much coming out this year that they should have their funding. I'll turn it back to the president to
appreciate we have a number of colleagues interested in speaking on this item, starting with Councilmember Mink.
Thank you. Appreciate the remarks by the chair, and appreciate the work of the early childhood education team, as it were, on this very, very important issue that I know we are all looking to see increasing progress in, and that's certainly a big ask of the community. As alluded to, we're in a very tight budget season, and we're trying to do, as much truth in budgeting as is possible, and to look at, the histories in certain budget lines and make the most accurate prediction possible of what that's going to be. So, over the last 3 fiscal years, this one included, we have had an average of about 11 million that was left in the fund balance. So there has been a detailed spending plan, which I've gone back through and looked at for the previous years as well. And I know we're coming out of the pandemic, and I certainly don't doubt the efforts and intentions by any means. But there's a lot of things that we need to fund, and so you're looking at that and the $11 million, or over 12.5 million that it was in FY23, that has been rolled over. I do think that it would be fiscally prudent, fiscally responsible of us to look at other ways to use at least some of those funds. That said, we have a public that wants to see more early childhood and education seats be created. That is a call that we have heard loud and clear. Action in Montgomery had a huge community session that many of us attended, where we absolutely heard that mandate. We need more seats, and we need them created quickly, and we can't wait. And that's an impact on children and families that has a lot of ripple effects downstream. So, I would also like to see more funding that is dedicated specifically to the creation of seats. And we haven't gotten to Children's Opportunity Alliance yet, but they have not had the opportunity to dedicate themselves to seat creation in particular. And so I would also, in addition to, I think that we should look at how we use some of these funds, and the motion that I would propose would be what was proposed in committee, which would be to either to look at half of the rollover funds and either approve half of those and remove half of those from consideration, or to just approve both, put both on the rec list, but in 2 separate tranches for continued consideration. I'm going to make the motion to just advance half of those, but am amenable to friendly amendments there. But I also think that it would be worthwhile to give the Children's Opportunity Alliance a bite of the apple there, and move them an additional $1 million specifically with the task of using that to create early childhood and education seats, and to come back with a recommendation about how they did that quickly. So I'm gonna focus on this piece for now.
I'm gonna suggest make the first motion be the motion that you mentioned, and then we can come back if there's a second
absolutely
motion.
not entertaining the second one as a motion. Just
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to make the motion to split the fund balance and approve half, and then and retain the other half for the general fund for later consideration, or consideration other places.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Mink, seconded by Councilmember Lukey. Is there, Ms. Yao, did you want to get clarification or provide some additional information? I see you hit your button.
Not at this point, but with the other recommendation, I would have some comments about that.
Okay, so we can call on you at the appropriate time. We have a number of colleagues who are in the queue on this.
Really briefly,
motion.
I just wanted to thank Action in Montgomery for the conversations about this and note their support for this move. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. It has been seconded related to half of the rollover fund balance. We have a number of colleagues in the queue, starting with Councilmember Sales.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague, Councilmember Mink, and Councilmember Lutke for the proposal. I too have concerns regarding the initiatives consistent underspending year after year. And while there is a plan to spend down the balance, we know that early childhood education has been top of mind. I hosted the Women's History Month event with Comptroller Brooke Learman And she mentioned in her State of the Economy report that early childhood education was one of the biggest barriers to women re-entering the workforce. And so as we're thinking about the needs of our students, and we see the literacy rates, and we just heard that attracting top talent to the community starts with a strong foundation and investment in early childhood education. We're not always going to have access to these funds, but we know where the need exists, and this is an opportunity to put our money where our students need it most, and 3- and 4-year-old seats need the support, and so I will support this as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Lukey.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank Councilmember Mink and all the rest of my colleagues at the joint ENC and HHS committees for the discussion. And I think somehow the messaging out of that came out funny, right? Because it's not that we're not interested. In fact, we're incredibly interested in the creation of additional early childhood seats. And so it's not that we want to disrupt work. We're seeking to have the work happen differently, is more direct as to what we're asking for. And so we, and I look at things and I think about this, in fiscal year 21 was when the blueprint override happened, right? And we're budgeting for FY25. And I know we have issues with making sure people are meeting the certification, but we've long had challenges in the certification arena, even before the blueprints mandates came down, because keeping up with continuing education is challenging. It's been challenging for a while. And our workforce development predated the pandemic in its challenges, and both getting and retaining early childhood workers. So these are not new issues, and yet what I see is year over year, the budgeting not matching the reality. And so this was an attempt to try to make the budget more realistically reflect what is needed, knowing that we have incredible strains on our fiscal constraints this year, and that we're making decisions that affect children in all respects, not just in this arena, but in others, like in our K-12 environment, in housing stability, in food security. So we have a lot going on. We have, I think, a different tactic for how we would want to see that work done, and I will come back and support the secondary motion that's going to come later, specifically about that seat creation. But I think this is a realistic approach to taking care of the work that needs to be done moving forward, and I think it's just working differently, as opposed to saying we're disrupting the work. And certainly I don't want my thoughts or views about early childhood education, and I've been very clear with AIM, and I appreciate the Children's Opportunity Alliance and all that they have done in the past year to work collaboratively along with you and in community engagement. It's been remarkable, but I think that this more accurately reflects where we need to be and what we can get done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Albornoz.
Everybody take a deep breath. This is a very significant thing that we are discussing, as I know you all know, and it is almost 4 o'clock. We're only on day 2, but I need to provide some context and background because this is immensely consequential. I can't underscore that enough. So 5 years ago, when this particular initiative was established, there was a very disparate group of organizations in county government and in the community that were all doing their best from multiple angles to address early childhood and education. Councilmember Navarro, who started an early childhood and education center in her previous career before becoming a member of the Board of Education, uniquely understood the challenges in the sector. And so she took it upon herself to convene a number of stakeholder meetings
and worked with then newly elected County Executive Mark Elrich to establish the framework for the work that has been presented to us. And it provided funding to both help improve the infrastructure, the coordination. It also helped to provide funding for service providers. It aimed to help better connect to the state so that we could more seamlessly connect some of the policies involved. And there was a lot of heavy lifting that needed to be done to get this work off the ground. The county executive detailed some leaders on his team to help ensure that there was coordination, because there was a recognition that on the government end, there was a lot more work that needed to be done to coordinate, let alone partnering with stakeholders and the community at large. So that work started. It has progressed significantly, and as Chair Jawando noted, there were very significant challenges that nobody could have foreseen that came along the way. And then in the midst of that, and I was part of this, we established the Children's Opportunity Alliance, recognizing that there's an important opportunity for us to create a public-private partnership that went beyond what the government could do on its own, and create an entity that eventually, at some point, would serve as the coordinating entity in partnership with the government, but to be in a better and more nimble position to connect our private sector, to secure more funds and resources, to advocate and frankly, aggressively advocate at the state and national level to address policies that are impacting our work but out of our control. So, and when we developed that legislation, we intentionally created a long runway. We did not dot all the I's and cross the T's, because what we wanted to do was intentionally built within the legislation, allow for some work to be done to be able to combine the efforts and get us to where we are today. That was messy. And we did not, in retrospect, we probably should have provided, and I'll acknowledge that right now from this dais, more direction when we established the Children's Opportunity Alliance. And I give a great deal of credit to Kim and her team and the board for the work that they've done. And I have seen tremendous improvement over the last 7 months in particular, in communication, in the identification of roles. An MOU has been established. We are now finally, I feel, getting on track. If we take this action and take the resources away, I am very afraid that we are going to take very significant steps backward, because there has been a lot of work that has been done to come up with a plan to spend down these resources. And some of the line items include very innovative things, such as the portal, that will make it easier for parents in this space to be able to navigate. And I am very optimistic and excited about the proposal set forth. Some of the spending challenges go beyond this one team and this one division, and are facing the Department of Health and Human Services as an entire department. Under the leadership of Mr. Hodge, I have also seen improvement in that category too, and there were very pointed questions asked by me and other colleagues to make sure that this had the priority that it needed to have, not just within HHS, but within the executive branch, because these folks can only control what they can control. I've been there. I know what that feels like. And so once we have that buy-in from the top, and I believe we've got it, then I think we're able to move forward and I think credibly spend down this $11 million. It gives me confidence that we will actually be able to get there. But if we take some of that funding away, kind of arbitrarily, I'm worried what that will mean. And that means these folks are going to have to go back to the drawing board all over again and not start from scratch, but frankly pretty close to it. And that, I just don't know where that lands us. I don't know, and I'm really worried about that. I also feel, and I understand and respect my colleagues in Action in Montgomery and other organizations that have chosen to focus on this issue, and thank goodness they have. They yield tremendous influence because of their work and the way they go about doing their work. But there are people in this field who have been on the ground, who have been doing this for years. And we are finally at a point where I feel like we're turning a corner. And if we do this, eyes wide open, we could be taking steps back. So I will not support the amendment because I think this collectively as a package and group is very important for us to continue moving forward. And we will continue to press at the committee level and individually, because this is a priority of each of us, our colleagues in the executive branch and the Children's Opportunity Alliance. But they've been very receptive and open to that and understand and recognize the urgency before us. So I felt like I know that was long-winded and I apologize, Mr. President, but I just did not want us to not understand that and how significant this is. It's one thing to move it into 2 tranches, and I will fight tooth and nail to make sure we get both. But if we strip some of the funding away and give it to another organization without knowing how exactly that money is going to be spent, then I've got a real challenge and concern. So I very much respect Council Members Lukey and Mink, who have been very thoughtful in asking the right questions and in digging in, as they always do, on every issue. I just feel because of that history and context that I have with this issue from the very beginning, I needed to get that off my chest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Joando.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Councilmember Alvarez, I'll just be additive. The request for this year is only $185,000 more than last year. Okay, it's 11 million and some change. The items that of the work to be done have not like dramatically changed. They just some have just taken longer or been more complicated. I'd be really concerned if you were holding all this money back and they say, oh, I want to do this, no, I want to do that. No, nothing's changed. These are things that have been worked on for multiple years. This portal, which we got a demonstration of, which is millions of dollars, is going to allow people to enter and get access to all sorts of county services, including childcare. It's one of the main items on here. The Head Start seats. Obviously the 14 FTEs, the shifting of people from part-time to full-time to do this work. One thing I've learned, and I've worked in education policy and early childhood for a long time, is it is complicated and interconnected. There is no change in what they've said they're going to do. Now, has it happened as fast as we want? No, but there's reasons for that. And so I think I would love to, because you've been sitting here, I'd love to ask the team, could you respond to the concern, the valid concern that how are you going to spend, why do you have confidence and what has changed in the last year to give the council confidence that you're going to spend this money this year? I know some of the answers to that, and I've tried to allude to some, but if you could, I'd appreciate it. And you can count out some specific items.
For the record, Dira Treadvance, currently serving in the role of Chief of Children, Youth, and Family Services. So a lot to respond to. So appreciate you all giving us an opportunity to be able to speak. I think one of the first things that I would state, and then I want to pivot to my colleague Jennifer Arnaz, who's the true expert in this arena. I work for her. One is, so I'm reminded of a current show that I am watching on Amazon Prime called Fallout. And there was an amazing quote in one of the episodes where it's sort of this weird post-apocalyptic. I'm a nerd, but it's a post-apocalyptic show, and they come across the site.
A lot of us are about to fall out right now.
Yeah, listen, me first. And they come across a site that has been sort of, it's a complete disarray. And, one of the characters asks, what happened here? And the response from the other character is, it's the same thing that has always happened. Everybody wants to save the world, but no one can agree on how. Right? And if there's any way that I could describe what the experience of what doing systems change work is that. A system is, I want to remind us all, a system is one whole made up of many different components and different parts. And my concern throughout the conversation and through past discussions with council is that there's been a focus on seats, which we are acknowledging that are very, very important. But seats are only one component of the system. We are not trying to necessarily build a new system. We're trying to respond to the system that's already there that is not working. So we're trying to transform it. So one thing is to get seats. Another thing is to make those seats accessible to the families that need it. Another thing is to make those seats accessible. I could have a seat in one part of the county, but if I live all the way on the other end of the county, how am I going to be able to get there, right? So it's just one example that it's not a single issue problem. It is multiple components, multiple things that come together to create a systemic issue. It cannot be fixed with just one thing. And what you are seeing here is a robust portfolio of work from multiple agencies, not just HHS. We don't own this. It lives in our house. We steward it, we take care of it, but it is a continual stewardship and collaboration with other agencies, including the Children's Opportunity Alliance. So I want to be very mindful. We've worked very hard to walk out of a space where there's a us versus COA. We work together. We work together and we're trying to figure it out together. And the issue of creating seats or tackling the system is just as much ours as it is COA. COA doesn't work independently. They will have to work with the collection of all the parties that are in the county. And we're working to resolve that. And thank you, Councilmember Albornoz, for acknowledging that it's been a rough road to get us all in the same space, a lot of disarray, a lot of different dynamics, but we're navigating it to the best of our abilities. The other piece that I want to acknowledge is that the spending plan has been something that has been agreed by everybody in that space. Everybody in that space. We are committing to that because there was no COA before. Some of the things, for example, the studies, some of the things that are in our portfolio, possibly a COA could have done it, but there was no COA. So the group collectively did it. So as COA starts to integrate itself and other players in the field, because it's not just COA, there's a lot of others. Again, it's a system. We will start to look at our action plan and how we position, the ECI positions itself differently to find a balance and a synergy with what our other partners are doing. That's an organic evolution and a symbiosis that collectively will always need to happen. A lot of the delays that you see, we are a government institution. We house it, we steer it, we take care of those funds. We do have to adhere to county processes, which are often clunky, right? They often take a lot of time, and it's taken years for some of the things that you see that are about to happen. It's taken years. I just got here 2 years ago, but there's a group of people that have been doing this work way before I got here. Right? So I just came in and added my little 2 cents, and we're all collectively trying to make it work. So a lot of the delays are due to that. There are systems of checks and balances within government. There are policies and procedures that we have to adhere to. So I want to acknowledge that a lot of that delay is because of the confines of where we exist, which is a reality that all government institutions have to go through. So I don't want that to kind of be remiss, because I feel like there are some of our realities that are also not taken account and not also taken into consideration. So with that, I will pause, and I want to hand it over to Jennifer for her to be able to say, because I also think there's been a misconception and a misrepresentation of our work that we are not creating seats, which we are. And perhaps, as we've learned, lesson learned from this council session and this round of this fiscal year budget, we perhaps could do a better job at engaging council. It's a brand new council. You're learning about this, and it's messy. It's very messy, it's clunky, there's a lot of players, a lot of hands. So we're gonna go back and figure out how we could do a better job at on ongoing engagement with council, so that we're not before you one time a year, refreshing your memory on stuff that you have a whole county that you have to administer, right?
And I think we did that between the first session and the second session too, and as far as like getting the presentation of the portal, which no one had seen.
Absolutely.
Didn't know how much work had gone into it and how critical it's going to be. And I appreciate you saying you co-presented with COA and all the partners, MCPS, everyone presented a part of your plan and had contributed to the spending plan that you're talking about. So go ahead, please.
Thank you. Gracias. Jennifer Arnaiz, for the record, Administrator for Early Childhood Services. So as Dira has said, this was a plan that was collectively agreed upon by the different parties. We work as a collective. I am extremely honored to be a part of that collective with MCPS, with Montgomery College, who is sometimes forgotten.
Yes.
But they're also a very integral part to this committee, and with HHS and other government members. Yes, we come together and we really prioritized. Another I guess, group that we also integrate with is our child care community. Our associations are actively involved in the Early Care and Education Initiative, both the steering and in the work group levels. Their voices are loud, and we hear them, and they help to co-design the decisions that are made together so that we can have a plan that really reflects the needs. Specifically, I want to address the item about seats, the creation of seats. So the ECI does create seats. We do it through, we have a pre-K contract that has 150 seats. We have the EquiCare grants, which is 150 seats for infants and toddlers. We have the facilities fund that will create expansion of seats in Montgomery County. These are all components to add to the collective of what exists right now. It's the creation of seats, it's also the accessibility to those seats, and it's the sustainability. And that's the other piece I think is very primary to this initiative, is that when we look at this system, we want to make sure that we're helping to uplift but also to sustain. We're on the other side of the pandemic. We lost a little over 1,000 child care seats in Montgomery County from the pandemic, from about 85, 88 centers and family child care programs that closed their doors. We're still recovering from that. Most child care programs are roughly around 60 to 70% of enrollment. That is not sustainable. There are very few resources where programs can go and access funding supports that go towards costs of expansion or quality improvement. So having for example, the facilities fund will contribute to that accessibility for these programs to be able to get a reserve of money to be able to expand and better their programs so they can open up to more children. So I want to make sure that it's clear that we do contribute to the creation of new seats in Montgomery County.
Thank you. Dr. Bridges, you've been quiet all day, but sure, go ahead, sir.
Just when I thought I could take my seatbelt off, we hit a rough patch of air. So James Bridges, Director of Department of Health and Human Services. Thank you, EC Chair Jawando and HHS Chair Albornoz. I just want to restate what I stated the other day. We have an amazing cadre of leaders in HHS who take this body of work serious. They spend the time to assess the fiscal impact and the outcomes. When we start to look at the changes or the deltas in the funding over time and the impact over the community, there's a gap. Realistically, there's a gap. We don't have all the resources, but to date, through all the 7 sessions that I've sat in, and then some, we have not really looked at serious budget adjustments. But here's the time and a place now we look at serious budget adjustments. So when we look at the state of the county, not only the state of the county, but the state of the nation, when we present a budget that looks at the early education, those individuals who may be at risk for not having that quality of care, this is one space where I had to put my seatbelt back on and come to the table, because we need the resources over time. I remember and I recall a story when I managed the COVID effort, and I had multiple conversations with then Councilmember Friedson, but now the president of the council, about onboarding and mask on and mask off for the daycares, and how many times I was contacted by providers who didn't have the resources. And now I find myself in a space where these same providers who contacted me may not have those resources. And so I asked the council, humbly asked the council, to consider those resources that are much needed, that we may not be able to calculate now, but over time, it may be needed. So think about the need in the out years. Thank you.
I appreciate it. And last thing I add, and I'll just kick back, is the NDA was meant to be rollover. That was it. It was designed that way to allow for this flexibility. And I would also be very concerned. I'll hold on that because it's not before us. But if we were taking money and giving it somewhere else, I'm also very equally concerned about just taking the money because it won't go to use. Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Yao.
I also just wanted to put the fund as it's rolled over in context so the council's aware of kind of how it went. In the early parts of the NDA, funding did roll over. You'll see but the greatest amount of that rollover happened from 22 because of the pandemic. If you look at 23, the spend out was close to what the budget was, but it still rolled over. And in 24, what's projected to spend out is about $16 million. So you can see that the initiative is gaining steam as it's going on, and it's getting a lot more done in recent years. If you take out, say, $5 million of it, you will hold the initiative to about the spending that occurred this year, a little teeny bit more, but not much. So again, a number of those funds are planned to be used for the facility fund, which is actually another decision point of the council has to make today. But so I just wanted to put that in context of kind of how spending has occurred in the NDA.
It's important. Thank you. Yield, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you. So I'm glad all 5 members of the Joint Committee spoke and shared their recollections of that, the many work sessions. I'll say I don't know where I'm going to land because there's a lot of questions, but what I do know is that I'm not inclined to support a structure just because that's how it was created. What I'm going to support is what gets more seats and provides more childcare opportunities for kids and parents. That's the overarching goal. Structures are secondary in terms of the original creation. And Ms. Yao, I appreciate the comments that you just shared because I want to draw our attention to the packet circle 24, which is what you were just looking at. Whether it's you or Ms. Treadvance, can we walk through? Because I think what needs to be answered is why is there a fund balance? I understand it was created in a separate NDA where it can be rolled over. I understand that this is long transformational work, but why is there a fund balance? And if we can go, FY 21, 22, 23, 24, we can see the various balances. And if we can talk about the initiatives that have been led, the groundwork, the framework, the computer system, the seats that are associated with it.
So, as we had mentioned before, the reality is that during the pandemic, there was federal dollars that came in, and so we were able to access those, and our NDA continued to roll over. Now that we're in a position where we are able to launch all the work that we had planned or has been created now with our committees, we're able to leverage those dollars to be able to do that. We're also adhering to strict county protocols and procedures through competitive open RFPs and processes, accountability. So all those pieces, right, do take time to be able to release funds to various projects and various vendors and such.
So it sounds like you're saying that we were flush with cash because of the COVID funds that were being allocated here, and thus we were able to maintain the reserves from basically the county allocation. Ms.
And
Yao,
I would also say that the work was of a different nature in the pandemic.
Right.
It was
a startup.
Well, it was a stopgap. It's like, how do we
stopped during the pandemic, right?
So we had to pivot completely during the pandemic. There was a total of 3 years that we were pivoting, where programs were either shut down, bringing them back up. We were giving them PPEs during that time. We were providing free training, free support, so that they would not have to spend on requirements that were necessary for their enrollment. We also were providing supplements for subsidy. So various aspects, right, we completely pivoted. We were not in the modality of expanding. We were in the modality of sustaining what was there.
And if I could just elaborate on that, to just put it more plainly, we wanted to ensure, while it was fragile before the pandemic and it was complex, we wanted to ensure that we at least had a remnant to come back to be able to transform.
So let's pivot from the past to the future. What is the work that is going to be undertaken in the next fiscal year with all of the funds that are in this NDA?
There's tables in circle. I have to find the circle.
No,
number.
I'm looking at the packet, right? But right, we haven't had the conversation. It hasn't been aired, and so can you share with us what the work is going to do?
So we have a variety of projects, such as one proposal is the $5 million facilities fund to be able to provide funding for programs to expand in terms of construction costs as well as quality improvement. We're also looking at our EquiCare grants, which is tuition for families who are unable to access subsidy programs, so for infants and toddlers in regulated childcare. I'm trying to think what are the big items. We also have, thank you. All right, so we have our WPA, which is our child care subsidy program. We have funding going into that, which would provide supports to families who are not eligible for the state, because our cost of childcare is much more in Montgomery County than the rest of the state, but also create a supplement for families who are receiving state subsidies to alleviate that the supplemental that they are required.
Can I pause there? Sorry, before you move away from WPA. As we're making these decisions, we are also looking at the co-crises that are happening across the county. So one of the decisions in terms of how we funded WPA had to do us looking at how the landscape was shifting around the newcomers population. We had a significant amount of families coming in, and a lot of them that couldn't access opportunities to go seek employment because they had nowhere to put their children. So as I just wanted to highlight that a lot of the decisions that we make is also being malleable and flexible to respond to the co-crises that are also taking place in the context of the county.
Sure. And then, do you want to? Last question is the final column for FY25 recommended, with the expectation, I won't say assumption, the expectation is that it's spent down and that there is a negative fund balance of $4.6 million. What's the plan thereafter? I'm on circle 23, circle 24, top of circle 24. Is that not the right same?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Deborah Lambert from the Office of Management and Budget. So when we developed the spending plan for fiscal year 25, we recognized that there were some elements that may or may not happen in fiscal year 25, such as there is $1 million that we have put aside in fiscal year 24 for an up-county child care center. That's been delayed. And there's also a Wheaton child care center for the Wheaton building. That has been delayed. And so we actually overprogrammed in fiscal year 25 in the hopes that we can actually spend down the amount that we have in balance plus the budget. So there is some lumpiness to the spending. We've seen some of these items in our budget for 2 years. And so we're still hopeful that we can spend those types of lumpy funds, but at the same time, we're trying to show that we will make it to zero, knowing that some of those things will not happen.
Sure. Seems like on some level there might be an overcorrection to try and prevent what has historically happened over the last number of fiscal years. This conversation is incredibly helpful because even the context of what is planned for the next few years, it's important that the planning continue for a center in Up County and a center for Wheaton. And if they don't happen this year, other things are going to happen. And as Ms. Treadvance noted earlier, this is a transformation. And transformations happen over a period of time. And the context of the last 4 years have been unlike anything that we've experienced. And so I share the goals of getting more seats and getting more facilities. But through this conversation, I'm able to better understand the planning over the last number of years and the over planning and the lumpiness, which is a word I'll use in the budget conversations, to make sure that it's spent down. So I appreciate that, and I'll also note I'm glad to hear that some of this was not about any disconnect or discord with the Children's Opportunity Commission, of which you're a member, board members and such. Because sometimes when we're working with outside organizations, there can be disagreements that manifest themselves in these ways. But the fact that nobody has stated that, I think that's helpful, and that the collaboration is there. So for all of these reasons, I appreciate the motion. I will not support the motion. I think we need to continue moving forward, getting more seats, getting more kids, helping more families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Katz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I too appreciate the conversation. And I appreciate you defending your work, but I'm a bottom line guy. And if we're supposed to be in the having seats business, then why don't we have seats? And if there's $11 million that's there, we can say, and I understand there's been issues. It's $11 million, and I have heard, anecdotal, I have heard we only created one seat. Now, I don't know how that correct is. Now, you've said that we have corrected so many seats. How many new seats did we create?
So we do have the 150 seats through our pre-K contract. So that's there's 150 there. The facilities fund is planned to do anywhere between 250 to 350 new seats.
But they haven't been created. Is that what you're saying? They plan to.
They plan to.
So we're up to 150.
The first year of the initiative, we funded MCPS seats. So that it was $1 million or so to create several classrooms at MCPS.
Yeah.
Well, but the 11 million was not a part of that, is what you're saying?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
It was part of that?
Yes.
So it was 11 million, so now then how do we still have the fund of 11 million if we've spent $1 million?
So,
do you want to take it? We've spent, sorry, I got to find my. So we've spent approximately 7 million.
Over what time?
Over 4 years, 5 years. So.
And that
again,
was through MCPS?
No. The first year of funding was given to MCPS to open classrooms. So there's been a variety of opening seats. We funded childcare subsidy. That's again supported additional seats. So there's been various strategies to expand the availability of childcare. But in addition to that, you need space and you need teachers to expand seats, right? And those are things, again, that the NDA and the ECEI is working on to do those things. Because, again, like MCPS, in terms of the whole issue with expanding pre-K, is they couldn't do it only in their facility.
That's right.
That's why the state and the blueprint said, okay, we want part of it in the community. So in expanding those available things in the community, you need to make sure that there's space in the community. You need to make sure that there's qualified teachers. And having all those things happen all at once is challenging. I mean, this is an iterative, yearly plan,
And
process.
I don't question that. I don't. I'm a bottom line guy. I want to know how many seats. If we're in the seat creating business, let's create seats. And if it means that we have to have facilities to do it, let's use this money to create facilities so that we can create seats. But we haven't done it.
So I think it's important. Let me walk through sort of the process that it takes to create a seat.
Okay.
All right, so we have a variety of factors that need to be considered. One is the actual facility. A program is mandated by COMAR, right, for regulation in terms of what the size can be, square footage per child. So having the facility first. Then to equip that facility. So there's funding that's necessary to be able to and we roughly go about $25,000 per classroom. That's the budget that we have set. Then you need staffing. And staffing, from what's COMAR regulated to all the way to a pre-K classroom, it varies. With the highest standard being a teacher with a degree, a 4-year degree in early child education. So those are 3 very important aspects, right? And then you have the operational needs of the program itself. So all of those things are really put on, in childcare, are really put on the parent's back. It's parent tuition that pays for that. It doesn't add up. The math doesn't add up. The tuition that comes in to be able to have the classrooms, have the adequate equipment, to have the adequate staff at high levels of accreditation and such. So one of the things that the ECI is very in tune to, right, is to be able to support our childcare community to build up those structures and be sustainable. Case in point, Blueprint is coming out now, and programs can apply for Blueprint. That's at around $14,000 per child for the academic day, for the academic year. That is not a sustainable amount of money to be able to operationalize that program, that one seat, imagine a class of 20 in that program. There needs to be other funding sources to be able to supplement. That $14,000 per child also has to cover a teacher with the same pay equity as a public school. So the math doesn't work in childcare. So one of the things that we are looking at is looking at how can we leverage some dollars to be able to offset the cost of the child's space in there, how to leverage dollars so that they can equip the classroom, how can we leverage dollars to be able to get staff into scholarships so that they can pursue their degree, so that they can be in those classrooms and teaching the young children. So again, it's really about the different pieces that are in the infrastructure, the system, right, to be able to have that one seat in the classroom. So we're working towards that. We're working towards having more and more seats, but we need to be able to lift up that system so that it can receive those children.
And I appreciate all of that. I do. And I think the bureaucracy at times doesn't make a bit of sense. That doesn't really make a lot of difference because that's the bureaucracy we're in. So how long would it take you to create these seats? I mean, I understand all the problems. We need to figure out if we're going to spend the money, which we need to spend, then we need to figure out the money that's needed so that we can create the seats.
I think we're just missing each other.
Okay.
When not just you, I think in the collective
Well, yeah.
conversation.
Well, I've listened, a lot of people miss me. I'm fine. Yeah.
I think it's just, and again, I will chalk it up to the flaw that it's a lesson learned for us that we have not done a great job at really engaging council in this conversation to understand how the ECE system works and how complex it is and why our spending shows up the way that it does in the buckets that it does. All of it is in the service of creating more seats, but there is so much more than that, right? We need to, again, focus on affordability, getting the facility, all of the things that I'm just not gonna reiterate that Jennifer did, but I feel like we could continue to have this conversation at length, but I think this just, to us, it's an acknowledgement that I think we need more conversations to get us all to a baseline understanding. Again, everybody wants to save the world. Everyone can't really agree on how. Let's come together so that we can at least get a line on the how.
I want to save the seat. I want to save the world one seat at a time.
And
That's
we're
what I
doing
want to
that.
do.
And we totally agree with you.
And I guess my concern, and I'm leaning to where I am going to support this, I want to make certain that you hold your feet to the fire, not you. I mean, this is not personal, obviously.
Yeah.
But we need to make certain that what we've done, I mean, to say that here's $11 million, here's another $11 million because you didn't spend that, that's not getting us what we need to get. And that's my concern. So I thank you. I am going to be supportive of this legislation. Thank you. This amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Balcom.
Thank you. So thank you for the work that you do in the packet and for being here today at the end of the day. And I've been jotting things down. So for me, the discussion is about what is the best use of our funds at any given time. That's what this budget is about, and that's what we've been doing for the next 2 days. We've got 3 more days to go. And I understand that underspending can happen for a variety of reasons. Building the program, coming out of the pandemic, being mired into a bureaucracy, I understand that it can be challenging starting a new program. But this level of underspending really does concern me. Looking at the history of the expenditures and the spending plan for FY25, I don't have confidence that the rollover funds will be spent in FY25. I'm not questioning whether the individual items are necessary, and I'm not questioning whether they would be a great improvement for our county. I am questioning whether those funds can be spent in FY25. For instance, looking at the different segments, realistically, how many staff will actually be hired in 2025? We've heard from nearly every single department about how difficult it is to hire people. And so you have staff in there, so that's the, and we don't need to go through each one because I would have questions on every single item. The other one is looking at the portal. Haven't seen the portal. I'm assuming it's great, and I'm assuming it would be effective. But how much of those funds are actually going to be spent in FY25? And so in each of the categories, that's the question that, I mean, we've had lengthy conversations for $50,000, let alone $11 million, right? And so I think that the concern that you're hearing is that this is a lot of money that we should, it's our job to look at. I really resonated when Chair Joando pointed out that if we're here in this situation a year from now, that we need to talk about that, right? But we were here a year ago in the same place. And so my biggest concern is that we're setting you up for failure by suggesting that you're going to double your spending in a year's time. So, and I understand, Ms. Yao, that there's funds that are encumbered, but if we look at how much has been spent historically, the numbers don't add up. And just another issue is that I don't think that we're taking resources away. I think that it's really just a matter of realistically, what can be spent in the next 13 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fani-Gonzalez.
I'm going to do my best to keep it brief. The childcare industry or the early childhood education industry is like no other industry. Let's start by acknowledging that early childhood educators are probably one of the ones that get paid the least. You know, nationwide, these are women of color mostly, and having a kid in an early childhood education program is so expensive. I have 2 kids. I had them back to back. It was totally planned. And I was paying my husband and I, almost $3,000 a month at the YMCA in Silver Spring. This is not Montessori. It's very, it's very, very expensive. And it is expensive for a reason, and it's expensive for a parent, yet our early childhood educators don't get paid enough. That's why the Economic Development Committee will have a work session in the summer, by the way, on the workforce. And taking a look at all the state requirements. Sometimes it's not really county requirements, it's state requirements to give credentials to this workforce. So I think I needed to mention that so people to grasp that it's not as simple as of asking, why don't you have this, or why don't you have these many seats? It's just a very complicated answer, especially after a pandemic when so many places, early childhood education centers closed, right? They didn't have enough kids there. Many parents chose to have their kids at home. The lucky ones who were able to work from home, but the ones that were able to be, who have to work in a grocery store, janitors, hospitals, they needed to have a place to have their kid in, and they had a really hard time. But I do understand the question, and we're going to be saying the same thing. I'm hoping on Friday when we deal with the MCPS budget, at least I will, about accountability, making sure that you guys are using the money wisely. I understand the whole frustration of saying, we have so many kids who need to be in an early childhood education center. How is it possible that you don't have enough seats? But it's complicated because we don't have enough teachers, educators, I would say. We don't have enough space. Somebody mentioned the Wheaton site in the parking planning building. I've been working on that site since I was on the planning board, and that was like ages ago at this point. Still not open. Not because people don't want to, it's because it's complicated. There's some issues that had to do with the state and permitting. It was not a county problem. It's actually a state problem. So I get you. I also understand the advocacy of making sure that we're pushing hard, of making sure our kids, especially the most vulnerable communities, have a place to leave their kid, so they can learn. Being an early childhood education place is not babysitting. This is important for kids to understand, key things, learning how to, by the time my kids were in kindergarten, these kids were rated as readers on the second grade level. Not because my kids are geniuses, they're not, but because they were really trained. No, I love them, but they're not geniuses. I love them. I'm just being serious here. They know I say this in front of
Years from now, your children will be able to watch this session and just know that motion did not get a second from anybody else on this dais besides Mom.
It's all love. They know I give them tough love. Same with you guys. I would say I get where you are. When I came to this session, and I told some of my colleagues, I even told a couple of folks a few minutes ago, I have no idea where I stand, because I understand the urgency that people want to see those seats, but I also understand the complications. So wondering if we could perhaps, and I know there's a motion, I'm not going to agree with the motion, I'm going to vote no. But I'm wondering if there is, and I'm going to ask you, the two of you, because you've been following this in the county council longer than me, if there's a way, and maybe it should be, the question is for staff, if there's a way that we can say, how can we hold them accountable to ensure that they're going to spend most of this money? Like, let's say, what are the commitments from July until December? What are you going to get done? And so in your heads, because, the whole comment about this is government, we're slow, you didn't say in those words, but you got to hustle. I mean, to push for things. So maybe you can have some commitments and say, maybe we can do A, B, and C within the next 6 months and give us peace of mind. I don't want to take the money away from you, just because of the things that I just mentioned, and it's just early childhood, it's just complicated. But I need to hear commitments that you're gonna really work to get stuff done without excuses. Adieu.
Thank you. Councilmember Sales.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to all of my colleagues. I've been listening to the discussion. I'm with Councilmember Katz. The goal is how quickly can we fill these seats? And if the money stays with ECEI, how many seats can you create over the next year? You currently have 150 seats, and so how many seats do you anticipate creating over the next fiscal year?
So as we stated, for the facilities fund, our plan is anywhere between 250 to 350 seats. And that's dependent on the ages, and so that's the range that we have.
3 and 4 year olds, correct?
0 to 5.
0 to 5,
yeah.
okay.
So I want to reiterate that the early care and education is a birth to 5 initiative. And so child care is 6 weeks, and we're focusing until 5. So we have that. We have the pre-K contract, that's 150 seats. We have the, oh my gosh, let me see the look. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the EquiCare grants, that is 150 seats. All right, then we have, well, WPA will support the accessibility to put children into seats, right? And we're looking at about 1,500. Then we have a child care program in Gaithersburg that's 100 seats. We have the Wheaton child care that is 120 seats, 150 seats? 100 seats, sorry. Depends on the age, of roughly around 100. Then we have the expansion of Head Start for 3-year-olds. Children who age out of early Head Start but aren't can't get into Head Start, that's 50 seats there. Let's see. And then, of course, the expansion of GO FCC, Growing Opportunities of Family Child Care, that's 400 seats. And, yeah, that's what it looks like right now.
So of those seats, how many do you anticipate will be for 3 and 4-year-olds? Have you broken it down?
I need to go back and do the math, but I mean, I know our 150 for the pre-K seats, the children aging out of early Head Start, those 50 seats. But again, remember, there's more to just Blueprint. They're the pre-K seats. It's birth to 5. And we need to, I think about something my coworker says, is that we shouldn't forget about the babies. Those infants and toddlers is the most expensive tuition out there for anyone for any parent who's had to put their infant or toddler in childcare. That is the most expensive. I pay less for my child at the University of Towson than I did for childcare. So, you know, the focus for us really is the birth to 5. So there are going to be pre-K seats, but there will also be infant toddler seats.
Okay. We recently just requested a quarterly report for a $20 million jobs initiative. I would like to clarify or propose an amendment to the amendment that Councilmember Mink stated to leave the money, request quarterly reports, just to evaluate the progress and ensure that you are continuously meeting the demands to get kids into these seats, creating the seats and getting kids into the seats. And so that's my friendly amendment to the amendment.
Okay, I'm not sure that that's a friendly amendment. Let me check with the movers of the amendment. It doesn't seem like it's a friendly amendment.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm not going to accept the friendly amendment. But I appreciate the sentiment, and regardless, I actually would like to, I'd be happy to add on that through this work, that we should absolutely come back and do quarterly, if not more, check-ins, because I think Ms. Treadvance raises a very good point about that. But in terms of moving the money, I'm going to stay where that was. Thanks.
Well, then this would be a separate amendment?
Yes.
Oh,
If you want to wait, we can take a, if we could discard with this and vote up or down on this amendment, if it's okay with you.
Yes.
And then we'll do a quarterly report, because either way, it seems that there is consensus and interest in the quarterly reporting requirement, regardless of the amount of money that is moved forward. So,
okay. All right.
If it's amenable to you, let's go through this amendment, and then we can come back to that aspect.
Okay.
Thank you. Council Vice President Stewart.
Great. Thank you so much. First, I want to say thank you for all the work that's gone into this. I think given the late hour of the day on our second day and the conversation we were having, you can tell this is an area of deep interest and concern to all of us, and we know it is for you as well. So I come to this with sort of like a lot of thoughts, and I really, really appreciate my colleagues on HHS and ENC, and I'm so glad this was actually a joint meeting of both of those committees to bring all of their minds to this. And I also really appreciate, as Councilmember Sales raised before, bringing in the comptroller's report, and as we all know, bringing women back into the workforce, and Councilmember Natalie Fannin-Gonzalez's upcoming work on the Economic Development Committee. So I look at it that way. Like, what is the best way for us to proceed in this work? And hearing from lots of folks, and hearing from you, and trying to suss all that out. And then I agree with my seatmate here, Councilmember Balcom, because some of the work we've been doing is also going through not just the fund you all have, but across our county government, there are a number of funds actually, and folks who have kind of built up a decent amount of money. And sometimes that needs to be looked at. And when we're facing a budget like we're facing now, when we're in this time of figuring out how, I think as the county executive talked about this budget as a bridge, and looking at how are we meeting the needs of our communities, understanding that we have so much less money given us coming out of COVID. So I weigh those two things. And they're, honestly, they're huge. I think at this juncture, for me, weighing those two things and seeing the tasks that we have before us, I'm going to support the motion and fully appreciate the work of my colleagues, and particularly the points that Councilmember Albanaz raised about the history of this and where it comes from, because it is built on good foundation. And we need to work together to move forward. But I think at this juncture, I'm going to support the motion on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you, and everything that I would have said was really covered by other colleagues, associate myself with, in particular, Councilmember Balcom and Katz. I want to go to Councilmember Jawando for the final word here, and then we can take a vote on the motion, and then we can move back to Councilmember Sales for her motion.
Appreciate it. I think you did the math for me there. It sounds like this is going to unfortunately pass. So we'll have to deal with that reality. I think the one big difference, I'd just say, Council Vice President Stewart brought up, we do have a lot of people going to have money in a lot of places, and we've rated a lot of it on the ENC committee. This is a bit different in that, for example, like the Wheaton Child Care Center, there are things that are programmed that will cost money that are in this budget that are going to happen. There's no like just fund balance, or it's just these things have to happen. So I mean, we will, and I'll prognosticate a bit, we're going to be back here with a special appropriation. Okay. But I don't think that's ideal, because they need to move the work forward. There are 3 reports that I've been asking about for about 4 years that are all coming out in the next couple months. You know, the supply and demand, I forget the other 2 now, cost of care, and what's the third one?
Compensation.
Compensation,
and workforce.
right? So the main issues, those are all coming out in months and are going to be acted on. So I just think this is a very different bucket of funding. If you look at the WPA supplement, which is, they spent $4.2 million last year. They're supposing to spend $4.5 million of the $11 million this year. That is helping create 1,500 seats. That's like a huge chunk, or supplementing to create parents to help bring down the cost for 1,500 children. There's just big buckets in here that are going to be spent, and I really am concerned about it. But we'll have to, and just to put it back in the reserves, to put $5 million in the reserves, again, no, I'm going to argue vigorously for MCPS on Friday a lot, and I would love to have more money in reserves, but it's not even going anywhere. If you gave COA money, again, COA helped contribute to this plan. if you give them an extra $1 million, they cannot create seats in a vacuum. It's just not going to happen. So we're just going to put the money for $5 million in the reserves and then hope. I don't think it makes sense, and given the complexity of this. And I know everyone's coming from a place of urgency. Believe me, we had kids that were 0, 1, and 3 at the same time. No one wanted seats more than me. I have a 5-year-old now. But I really would caution. I hope I could convince one person to not do this, because it's not going to help us that much in the reserves, but it could really hurt the progress of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, final word, Councilmember Sales.
Thank you. Can I just have Councilmember Mink clarify how moving $5 million back into the general fund will create seats for early childhood education?
So this is going to take a second motion, which we'll get to later, and which I'm happy to propose later, but is separate. So this particular one is just moving funding, and I'll just say again, seconding much of what has been said, I very much respect the background and the knowledge and the input that my colleagues bring to the table. I think that Councilmember Balcom said it well when she said that we're looking at timeline and what can be spent out in FY25. And when we look at the history, I don't think that it makes sense to ignore the history that is there. Very much value the WPA supplements that have been moved. Everything that you've mentioned is of value. There is also still money being left on the table, projected to be left on the table in WPA supplements, for example. So we're looking at, it's a question of capacity or, different things at hand. And I know that there's a lot of moving parts, as you have alluded to, and that there are plans that are coming to fruition and so on. But, we have to have a clear plan that we can have confidence is going to spend out. And if this is we don't want to plan for coming back for supplemental appropriations. We are very much trying to avoid that in this entire process. But this is one where if you ended up coming back and saying all this money is being spent out, and this is what we have done with it. These are the blueprint seats that have been created. These are the facilities that we are funding the construction of, and as you have mentioned, the importance of us really understanding the work. This is when the portal is coming online and what it's able to do, and we need this last bit of funding to get it over the hump. That level of transparency is not just for our information, but also for the public to understand where those tax dollars are going as well. And I would actually love to have that session and for that to be the outcome here, even though, again, that's not what we're trying to plan for. I'm trying to look at the history and make a reasonable, decision based on that history. I think that there are other motions that can be made, to Councilmember Sales' point, and there are ways that we can use these funds that we can talk about today and on other days. If we were to keep this funding in the early childhood space, I would be very happy about that, and I think that there's ways to use that efficiently. But those are secondary conversations, because the motion on the table obviously is just for related to moving this funding off of the list.
Well, I won't be supporting the amendment, because the whole goal of the ECEI is to create additional early childhood education seats. And so if that's not the use of moving the funds into removing the funds from ECEI, I cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, every colleague has now spoken, some multiple times, so I think we have exhausted the views on this item. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by raising your hand. That is 6. All those opposed, that is 5. The motion is approved, 6-5. Let me turn it to Councilmember Sales for a motion on quarterly reporting, if you want to move that now.
Well, I don't know if this is even relevant still.
I think it's definitely.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, we still want to understand the progress that's being made, and look forward to quarterly reports from ECEI on their progress and how additional investments may be needed along the way to focus on increasing more seats for early childhood education.
So checking with council staff, I believe we could include budget language in the NDA.
Yeah. Okay.
So the motion would be just ensuring that this reflects your will of the motion. Budget language in the NDA.
We can just condition the appropriation and
Yeah,
with
language, okay,
getting
exactly.
these reports, and we'll include that.
Exactly, with quarterly reporting
Yeah.
requirement.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Sales, seconded by Councilmember Mink. All those there's people want to speak to this? Okay, Councilmember Albornoz.
Thank you. I'll just note, we've totally blown up their strategy. So they're going to have to think through what this is going to have to look like. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board. And so these quarterly reports are a setup for failure. So please, I would request that they have a little bit more time to adjust, to get their breath, and figure out where they go from here. But the quarterly reports will be compromised because we've impacted their strategy they've been developing for almost 2 years now.
And if I could just clarify, the ECI doesn't just exist to create seats. I just want to clarify that seems to be a huge theme, a recurring theme that is misaligned with the work and the foundation of what the ECI was created to do. So just wanted to offer that, and whatever reports we do have to generate will be in line with that mission and not just under the guise of how many seats does this create. So and I feel like we've had a robust conversation to explain why and what are the other components that the ECI was set up to be able to do from a systems perspective. So just wanted to clarify that for the record. And thank you so much, Councilmember Albornoz. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
I agree with everything Councilmember Albornoz just said. And he has more information and is closer to the subject matter as chair of the HHS committee than I. But what I know is that we have totally just changed the strategy. And rather than requiring that staff do quarterly reports, I would prefer, and this is a friendly amendment, that they appear before the joint committee on a quarterly basis so they can at least have a conversation, which seems to be the original sin in this setup, that there has not been enough conversation to explain the complexities associated with setting up a county-wide child care system. That's what we're talking about. I'll come back to the word that Ms. Treadvance used before. This is transformational work. And as we are trying to build this airplane, you can't fault it for not going fast enough in 2 years' time. We want it to go fast. We want it to be the biggest airline carrier, to continue the metaphor, but it takes a little time. And I don't want you to use that time to write reports about how you have to change your strategy. So if it's friendly, I mean, whether or not it needs to even be included in the NDA, I would think that as our role as an oversight body, the joint committee could demand that you all come and they set it up, and that's the public conversation for the public to digest.
Councilmember Joando.
That's exactly what we said in the joint committee. It's already going to happen. We talked about coming back, in particular for the reports that are coming out in this summer. But I think we were already going to do that. But if we want to put it in language, that's fine. I agree that it doesn't make sense to have them write a report. Given this conversation today, I mean, it's just it's frustrating the lack of understanding of the system and what's happening here. It's really frustrating, so I would agree. I probably, unless we amend it, I won't support it. I don't think it makes sense to, I know what you're trying to do, but I just don't think it makes sense to have them do busy work to write a report. They need to come back to us and give us updates, which we had asked for already, the joint committee.
Okay, is there an interest in amending the motion, or do you want to leave it forward and vote on it? I'll go back to the mover.
Yeah, I can. The motion. I don't mind amending the motion to just require quarterly meetings to discuss your progress and making sure that we're on track to move forward. Would that?
I think it would be within the council's purview to do that as it as a resolution provision. It doesn't. I think we can do it without a budget resolution.
Okay, that's fine. So
Okay,
I'll
do you wanna
withdraw.
Okay.
Yeah, so
All
I'll
right.
withdraw my motion.
The purpose of the motion was to get the commitment, which is already, which was there, that's been clarified, so the motion has been withdrawn. Thank you for that conversation. Is there another motion before the body? Now would be the time on early child care, so if you have a motion that you would like to move forward, now would be the time.
Okay.
Councilman Ray.
Secondary motion, and I want to be clear that that this is not an intention to pit groups against each other. I appreciate the collaboration between the groups and all of those things. I also want to keep funding within the early childhood space. There'll be a continued conversation on Friday when it comes to MCPS, and there'll be continued conversations throughout the year. I also, just flashing back for a moment to the point about ECEI and what it was structured and set up to do, completely hear that your task was set up to be more than just creating seats, and also that there are more efforts that it takes to create seats besides just the seat creation itself. I think that what you're hearing here today is about the priorities of this council, which we are getting from our constituencies, about the sense of urgency, about needing some of these seats, funding for these seats, and so on, especially within the pre-K space. So I would move that we add to the reconciliation list, or I'm sorry, to the new and enhanced programs list, $1 million to the Children's Opportunity Alliance, specifically for the creation of blueprint seats in early childhood, and and requesting them to come back to the council with feedback about how they did that and recommendations for it moving forward. So that's my motion.
Can I interject? Sorry.
Yeah,
I just would suggest that council take a look at COA's legislation, because again, looking out for my colleague COA as well, what are they permitted to do under the legislation versus what they are not? They are not here, so they can't speak for themselves. So I would just caution, have a conversation with COA, because I would hate for there to be a check cashed, a check written that they can't cash, given limitations of the legislation.
Thank you. I appreciate
Can
that.
I make a suggestion,
Yep.
if it's amenable? But the hour is late. I don't know that we're going to have a robust discussion now. Either suggesting adding $1 million to the reconciliation, the new and enhanced programs list, for further discussion, to put a marker down for that so that we can have that discussion. Or we can come back to this item, we can add an agenda item to discuss this later, but I'm not sure that we're going to be able to get into the mechanics of how this is going to work in a thoughtful way, and I'm not sure that we have all of the folks here. So one of those two options, one would be to put forward an amount of money, but we're going to have to have that discussion later and then decide what ultimately goes on the list later on, or just hold off and we can,
Yeah, I think that we can hold up. I mean, it would be great to, Ms. Treadwitz's point, to have Children's Opportunity Alliance here to speak for themselves as well. So
let me yield to the joint committee chairs. There's two options on this. One would be a motion to move forward a discrete amount of money for early child care, but we're going to have to flesh out what that looks like ultimately, and if there's support for it, ultimately in reconciliation, but we're not going to work out the mechanics or the details at this moment, or holding off and coming back to this conversation, which we'll have to add to the agenda, for a subsequent day this week. So let me turn to Councilmember Jawanda.
I think I heard from the motion maker that she'll not going to bring it up now. I don't think it makes sense to discuss that at this point. COA isn't here. I want to make sure we approve did we approve their budget already?
We did.
Yeah, okay, we did that in the earlier part. So, so I would prefer that we not take this up, and if there's a proposal at a later date, just to preview, I think this will not, I don't think legislation calls for it. I don't think COA is prepared to do it. I don't think it's the right move, and I think it could hurt the progress, but That being said, for us right now, I don't think we should take it up now.
Councilmember Bernice.
Yeah, I agree. So obviously, I love the Children's Opportunity Alliance. We all do. I co-led the legislation to establish them in the first place, but we would need, I think, to be reasonable, detailed plan for them, because I'm not sure that they're in any better position necessarily than our colleagues on the executive branch and because they're going to run into the same challenges that they are in terms of those infrastructure issues. So, and I've had, just being familiar with the work and in this landscape. So what I would suggest is holding off until we can get more formal feedback from them in the next, frankly, 24 hours on how they would spend down the additional resources to, specifically create seats, and whether that puts them in any better position before we just put it as a placeholder.
Okay.
And we can also check with the county attorney because the council attorney, because there's prohibition for COA to do any direct programming. So, and would this fall into that category?
Okay, well, I think there's a number of clarifications that could happen of whether funding is programmed. I mean, I think there are questions that need to be answered. I would suggest those conversations happen offline, a memo being sent to colleagues. You have my commitment that we will add to the agenda if there is a proposal before us. Would ask that that proposal be put in writing for consideration so that we can add it to the agenda. And there's a tight deadline here in terms of it being up for consideration for it. So a lot of work ahead of us. Let me turn it back to Ms. Yao to make sure that we have covered what needs to be covered.
There's actually one more item, and I'm not exactly sure how it's going to go, but there is a CIP amendment that the county executive sent over for the Early Care Education Facility Fund. It would be $5 million, I keep doing that, current revenue programmed in fiscal year 25. The funding is recommended to come from the ECNDA. We don't have any more. Right, so anyway, in committee, it was a 3-2 vote with council members Mink and Lutke abstaining because they wanted some more information about how the number was generated, and that information is included as circles 34 to 35 of your packet.
Okay, there is a CIP amendment. Let me turn it to Joint Committee Chair, Councilmember Jawanda.
Yeah, and just wanted to allow the team, I know it's late, this is the last item. This is to the facilities fund that helps you build out so that you can create seats. Do you want to just briefly explain the use of this funding?
Thank you.
And
So
I know you don't have the money to fund it necessarily,
I
but
don't,
if
yeah,
you
I
could
may not have the
explain.
money to fund it. The idea was the impact is 250 to 350 seats. We were allotting $5 million to go towards quality enhancement and expansion of childcare programs so that they could be ready for Blueprint, for serving various children, creating classrooms that had all the equipment necessary for them to meet accreditation and EXCELS, which is our state quality rating improvement system that recognizes childcare programs for meeting certain benchmarks. All of this really to enhance the quality in Montgomery County.
And they would provide them as no interest or forgivable loans to providers, both family providers and child care centers.
How much money is currently in the fund balance?
Again, what's rolling over is about $11 million.
Yeah, so $11 million in the fund balance is rolling over. This CIP amendment would take $5 million of that $11 million
Yes.
and put it into the facilities fund.
Yes.
Correct.
So, I mean, just to be clear, the funds are available out of the fund balance. It would be less funds available for other plans that have been suggested, because that fund balance doesn't include the expectation of the $8 million expected to be expended between now and the end of the fiscal year, right?
Well, the $5 million here was projected, actually was planned to be spent out of what was rolling over. Is that, I'm not sure if that's responsive.
Right, I understand. So I'm just trying to clarify. There's a question of whether there are funds available to roll over. There are funds available to roll over. The question is what other funds would be available for other plans, right? I mean, it's not like there was 5 million, that the motion previously was to eliminate the 5 million, and now there's 0. It's that there was a higher number than 5 million, and now there's a lower number.
Well, there's $11 million that's rolling over. The intent for the facility fund was to take 5 million of the 11 million and move it to this project, the CIP project. So that would allow for about $6 million that would be rolled over after the transfer of the rollover money to the CIP. That was part of the plan.
Right. That was what I was trying to say, that there are funds, but let me turn it to Councilmember Mick.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think that reflects my understanding also. My question would be that given now that there are less funds for the FY25 strategic plan, would you want to use that $5 million differently? And my question there is also because, you know, to the question that was raised earlier about timeline and how fast these funds can really go out. When I was asking for more details on how the CDFI fund would be spent out, that was a big part of that question. Like, do you have, I know that $5 million was allocated for this current fiscal year as well, but not spent out, and like, you know, I wish it had funded something else. And I want to make sure that we're not doing that again. I would assume that we're further along, so that would not happen again. But can that $5 million really all go out the door in this next fiscal year when the RFP to partner with a CDFI, when that RFP has not gone out yet? And so my question was, you know, are there partners, organizations, individuals who have kind of signed on to this initiative already? I know that you've done a survey and you have interfaced with a lot of people, but are there partners who are like ready to sign on and take X amount of money to do this thing? And so that's what I was kind of hoping, is that we would get a plan that says like, these people want to use this amount of money that they access through a CDFI, and that has been demystified enough that they're happy with that instead of a grant, and that they're really right. So as soon as this RFP goes out and is signed and done, then we can get that $5 million out the door really quickly. So I don't see that level of detail, but maybe it exists somewhere. But I think this was also, was this mentioned as a potential place for a reduction as well? I feel like that I heard those words at some point. But my question now would be that, like, would you prefer to have some of those $5 million rather than being in that fund, especially if there's any kind of question mark about whether all $5 million would go out the door in this fiscal year? Would you prefer to have that, you know, in the operating budget instead? This would still be the same bucket of overall money, the $11 million that was requested from the county executive, half of the rollover funds, but do you want it, of that bucket of money, which is 17 million, do you still want 5 million of that in the CIP for this fund? Does that question make sense?
Well, can I make a suggestion? I think it's very hard on the fly to make that type of decision. I think we're at an hour. I think there's some strain and here, which I can feel and appreciate and fully understand. We're going to add this to the agenda later in the week. I think we can approve everything up to this point. I think we can keep a placeholder on the CIP conversation, and I think we can keep any subsequent motion that may or may not come forward based on conversations that need to happen, including consultation with the county attorney. I would, again, ask for that in writing. It will give the executive branch some time to regroup and reassess and to come back to us, and we'll give colleagues some time to process as well. We need to find time. Likely it will be Friday afternoon, but I'll confirm that with colleagues, as well, once we confirm that timing exactly. So unless there's any concerns on that or any questions that require follow-up in the next couple of days, let me turn it to Councilmember Balcom.
Very briefly, the $5 million, is that included in the packet under the $26,978,000? That's in there?
Yes.
In that list? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lukey.
I just have one question that maybe you all can give us an answer to, and will help us as we try to work through this moving forward. And this was a question that I had last week, and I'm sitting here crunching numbers as I'm going through things. So I understood the remaining balance was projected at $11,080,752, and that there was a projected spending amount that totals $4,241,194 that is separate from the expenses and encumbrances. So there's the number, if it's on page 30 of the PDF, which is, circle 24 in the packet. And I think since we are now within the final 6 weeks of the fiscal year, what I'd love to know is how much of that $4,241,194 of projected spending is really going to be spent in those 6 weeks, because that would create an additional capacity on the other side. So if we are looking to move money into the CIP, that might be available. And it's very hard to determine, and it was very hard to determine at the conversations last week, how much of that would actually be going out the door before the close of the fiscal year. So if you could get us that would help.
Yeah, we can get you that information.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Why don't we take a vote on the recommendations up to this point? I guess on the motion, there's really nothing else in the ECI. Okay, so we're going to come back on the additional items, like I said, likely on Friday, but we will confirm that with colleagues. And with that, we are now adjourned, and we'll reconvene tomorrow morning.